Good morning, everyone.
Welcome. Good morning, Sergio. You're welcome. Good morning, everyone. It's awesome and beautiful to have you all here. It's great to see your beautiful faces this morning. The program will start very shortly. It's great seeing your faces. If you are online, you could just unmute yourself and just let us have your voice. It's open session, right? We'll mute everyone once we are set.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, I welcome everyone. Okay, we will be starting any movement from now. But before we start, all right. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Please, if you can hear me very well, could you just drop a message in the chat box? Okay. Man.
Transparent.
Right. I just want to also inform us that we are live on YouTube now. So we will share the link in the chat box. I may have to. Please mute yourself. The session has started. We, as much as possible, we want to give liberty. So in case you want to ask questions, you could have that freedom. But if the interference is getting too much, we will be forced to completely mute you and take away the right to unmute yourself. This is a mature class, and it's an international summit. We have people from different parts of the world. So I want to encourage you to please manage your own environment. Please manage your environment. You have no reason to put your mic on if you are not speaking for whatever reasons. We know you are there, we have your record, and we are going to acknowledge your presence. So please, I appeal to you to manage your environment. If you continue to interfere, we will be forced to mute you completely, and if it persists, we will take you out of the session. We will give you the recorded version at the end of the day. Right, but we want everybody to participate. So once again, on behalf of the team at Marketing Professional Network, I want to welcome you to this auspicious occasion, a great one. This is an international summit, and it's an environment, a platform that is enabling us to learn across borders. All right, so you may be like, okay, you are in your office, you are in the corner of your house, but the truth is you are attending an international summit already. Okay, so if you do get a certificate, of course, if you read that you are just attending an international summit, and you are speaker from, at least we are having people from about 5 countries. We have people from Brazil, we have people from Canada, we have from the United Kingdom, we have from the United States of America, we have from Canada and Nigeria as well, and other African countries. Okay, so what more do you want, and how else do you wish to learn from different brains across the globe? So please, let's ensure we enjoy this session for the next today and tomorrow. Basically, let's tap and enjoy the very best of the session. Okay, so we started the program right away. I want to be very time conscious. We're kicking off right now. I will expect that by 2:30 we shut down today's session, and so we can continue tomorrow. All right. So very quickly, I'll just welcome some of our faculty members, and I'll just take us through the flow of the program for today. Like I did promise, I will share the link for in case we want to share with our friends and colleagues. Probably not able to connect with us on the Zoom. We can do that. Share with them to connect on YouTube. Okay, so I'm posting the link right away. You can connect live on YouTube and join us for this session. And if you have any question, you could please drop in the mic. You could just drop it at the chat room, or otherwise you can raise your hand. You will be acknowledged. And if you also desire to use our backdrop, the summit backdrop as well, reach out to us in the chat room and make it available for you. Okay. Just make sure you enjoy yourself and learn as much as you can. It's a world of marketing and it's a world of technology. And the blend of these two will be very good enough for us to learn and to get the best out of the two. And from reality, from experience, especially now that the pandemic has struck, it makes us to understand the fact that most of our business activities leverage on technology. And for us as marketing professionals and practitioners, we have to do more with technology because technology has come to disrupt our world. So we can't be at that joint or bus stop beginning to complain that because of limitation as to our knowledge or exposure or information about technology. So we are handicapped. Not at all. Right now, we have that opportunity to tap, to leverage. I mean, of course, some of us are familiar with digital marketing. But a lot more that is happening in the world of marketing, leveraging on technology. So today, and for the period of this summit, we will be discussing much more about how we get the best of technology and advancing our marketing courses and activities and programs For those of us that work with organization, we also need to know that if we do not improve ourselves, we will not be able to upgrade ourselves to learn about new things or bring fresh idea and innovation on board. Of course, yes, our organization will get to that point where they need to get people that will be able to handle the next phase of the business, right? Going to leveraging on technology. And technology is a good disruption, it's not a bad one. Especially that, like I said earlier, that the pandemic came and seems to appear to bring some few obstructions. Okay, so this means that we then need to take the best out of technology to advance our course, our discipline, our practice. All right, so that's why we are here for this summit. So once again, I welcome you all. My name is Dr. Ayo Adeyemi, the President, Marketing Professional Network. Let me shortly speak about Marketing Professional Network. Marketing Professional Network is not a professional institute. It's not an accreditation institute. It's just a group, a platform created for marketing and everyone that desires to sharpen and improve their marketing knowledge, intelligence, and for mentoring and coaching. It's a platform where we want to blend the gap between the professionals, the successful, the want to call people that perhaps are doing fantastically well on their job across different areas of marketing, and blend with those that are upcoming, those that are yet to or aspiring to be professional marketers. That's what we are trying to create, right? So we are really not in competition with any other professional body. We are just like a group of people that's committed to learning, to personal development. And you realize that you are attending this summit free of charge. You are not being billed to pay any time. All of the required costs have been borne by some of us part of that association, right? The only thing we have asked is that if you desire to have the material, perhaps the certificate for this summit, then you just pay a token. And that token actually is also to just help us meet up some few, so it's not totally about profit, not about making money. It's about just having to do much more. And so how do we get our faculties, our facilitators? This is the second edition. The first edition, we have about 10 or 12 speakers again across different countries. And that's what we have tried to make it international, because what happened in the Nigerian marketing environment may be limited, right? So what happened across the border, okay, because we want to be a global player, we want to be able to appear in any part of the country and say that we are also have an idea, have information. Okay, so that's why we bring people, resources from different parts of the world. And I'm also say to you that the people we have with us, our 40 members, are doing this for free. This is phenomenal. They are doing it for free. None of them has billed us, none of them has given us anything. And you must know that it costs them something to be here. It really costs them so much. Some of them, because of our time difference, some are just waking up, some are even in the midnight right now, but they've offered to be part of this summit. So I want to appeal to us to please help me appreciate them. You can drop your message in the chat room. Let's appreciate them. They are wonderful people. They are friends. Okay, some of them I've not met physically. Some of them we met across maybe LinkedIn, and then we started that relationship. Some of them are from my professional session across the country, all right? And they have offered to be part of this summit. So I want to say thank you so much, all right? Sergio Ferris, thank you so much. Sergio lost his father on Friday, amazing. And the daughter went through a surgical operation same day. And he said to me, this is a very challenging and tough time for me. But I will be part of this summit, regardless of my challenges. So I want to say thank you so much. Our condolences to you and your family. We share your pain, we share your grief, but we can say that God will give and strengthen you. And for your daughter, God will perfect everything concerning her. Thank you so much. We appreciate this sacrifice. We did appreciate this sacrifice. And our extension, we want to say a big thank you to Chartered Institute of Marketing Ontario that are also representing here at this summit. We want to say a big thank you to them, to the president, Dr. Yusuf. Last year he was here, and Dr. Grant Lee, okay, he was also here last year, and some other people from the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ontario. We say a big thank you to your organizations, and we continue to partner, all right? Okay, and I can show you, I'll be with you guys very shortly to come and pay full homage, all right? Thank you so much, we appreciate it. All right, so also I want to thank Dr. Ruben from University, Akwa University, Pakistan, all right? I want to say a big thank you to Dr. she has been a very good friend, all right, and she's also here and she's part of this summit all the way from Pakistan. And I'm sure I can't tell exactly what time you are, but I know that this is also a huge sacrifice on your part. And also we have your colleagues, okay, associate professor workers and I think Dr. Pardon me for pronouncing this name, so okay, so I'm not used to them, but we appreciate the three of you from the university all the way from Pakistan. Also, a big thank you for joining us and supporting this cause. All right, so and every other of our speakers, just our Nigeria, okay, is our home, and I think we are together on this journey. We want to say a big thank you for every participant across the country, across the world. We want to welcome you most sincerely. We appreciate your joining this summit, okay, and we want to assure you that you will indeed get value for your own to this summit. We want to assure you that, okay, we want to assure you that you will enjoy every bit of this summit. Okay, at this point, let me say that for today we will have our keynote speaker, and that was Sergio, who will leading us and taking on the keynote for this summit. And after that, we will have the panel. We have my humble self, Sergio, and Dr. Rubina from, that will be on the panelists, and then that will be focusing on the theme of this summit, which is the influence of technology in marketing operations and consumers experience. All right, again, I said the summit, the theme is influence of technology in both marketing operations and customer experience. Okay, so we will be debating on that, and you will have opportunity to ask questions. Please ask your question. May I even ask that you can start dropping your question right now in the chat box so that we could efficiently manage the time. I can assure you, we have our moderators that are going to be taking care of that. So we have part of our moderator, we have Terry, who is also who is also part of our moderator for today's event. We have Dr. Omojola, part of our moderator, and we have the Vice President, Marketing Professional Network, Kachi Ano, the lady behind all of the operation. I'm sure you will see me, just like a member. She's one for all of this entire activity. And I want to say thank you, Kachi, for your relentless effort and work. For every member of MPN that are here, if you are here, just drop MPN in the chat room. Let us know that you are here. And I have a gift, but Kachi has asked me not to announce the gift, that she will take care of that. So if you are here, just drop MPN in the chat room, and I'm sure she knows what to do along the line. So at this point, I'm going to allow the moderators to take over. They will introduce Sergio to give us the keynote speaker, keynote speech, and then we'll take it up from there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to say thank you for being part of this summit this year edition. I can assure you it's going to be more fantastic moving forward next year. And one day we are planning to have a very physical one. I can assure you it's going to be very great, very, very great, very, very great. Okay, so if you are with us and you are set, please get yourself comfortable and then be ready for a time of impact, a time of illumination and expansion. Your knowledge, obviously, after this summit will be great. As I drop the mic, let me also say that I'm so happy today. Today is my birthday. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of the session. All right, so I hand over to the moderators. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to have each and every one of us here today. And I believe the wetting of the ground by Dr. Ayo has done a lot. So at about now, we are ready to kick off. Our facilitators are well seated. They are ready. They are loaded. Be prepared to unlearn and relearn. And without wasting too much of our time, I want to introduce to you the keynote speaker for today, who is the Chief Customer Experience Officer of Chartered Institute of Marketing Management of Ontario, Canada, and he's also the President and CEO of CX Hub Consulting Incorporated. He's passionate about supply chain and customer experience and specializes in different other dimensions of the supply chain, including management, purchasing, negotiation, and presentation. Please make welcome the distinguished Mr. Sergio as he makes his way to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Sergio, over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here today. Of course, I would prefer to be here in, let's say, better circumstances. It is a personal effort, but you know, this is an important event, especially because it's part of a great relationship between the Chartered Institute of Marketing Management of Ontario and MPN. I couldn't say no. I couldn't drop my participation, so I'll do my best here. I think that what is the most important thing here today is to say that I am not trying to teach you anything. Most of the things that I'm going to talk about are things that you probably know already, are probably very obvious, but the important thing is that my job here is to tease you, to show you different perspectives and help you to think different. So the idea is not to say what is wrong, what is right, but simply share with you my experience and try to help you to organize the way you think about technology and how do you apply technology to your day-to-day in your marketing profession. Sorry. So that's basically what I'll do. And I'll try to make this presentation a little bit entertaining because I'm going to share a few videos to try to exemplify the concepts that I will be sharing. I hope that the quality of the image and the sound will be good enough, but that's it. And I just wanted to mention that CIMO here in Toronto, Canada, it's a not-for-profit organization which purpose is to help the marketing professionals to improve, to grow, to learn, and to think about different ways of doing their jobs, and to make sure that we help them to put ethics in front of everything they do. So so at the end of the day, what we try to do is to make the world a better place through marketing. So let's go into the presentation because, it looks like a lot of time, but it's not. My presentation is a bit long, and I want to make sure that you have a chance to ask questions. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So, just to start, what we're going to be talking about today is the theme of the event, which is the influence of technology in the marketing operations and consumer experience. Another disclaimer: I don't do marketing, the marketing operations myself. I do have that in my company, but the idea here is to share you concepts that can be applied to marketing operations. And I will talk about technology in a broader perspective. So here's basically what we're going to share. In the first, we're going to talk about who is the customer so that we understand what we're talking about. What is customer experience? And then why should we be using technology to do our customer experience job? And what types of technologies could be available to us to do our marketing and so on. And I will talk a little bit about the balance between people and technology. And I will try to talk here. I will talk about technology in general. Then I will funnel to the marketing applications specifically. But I wanted to give you a perspective of technology as a whole when it comes to customer experience, and then we'll talk more about marketing. Okay. So who is the customer? First thing, we have to understand what's the difference between customer and consumer. The title of our program today includes the word consumer, not customer. But for the purpose of this presentation, we're going to use both interchangeably. In other words, they will basically mean the same. But in theory, customer is the person that acquires the products and services, while the consumer is the person that actually uses the products and services, right? So, for example, here at home, we have iPhones. I only use one, mine, but I am the customer for all of them because I was the one who acquired all phones. But my kids and my wife, they use their own phone, so they are the consumers and I am the customer because I am the one paying the bills. I am the one that makes the purchasing decision. Well, actually, no, they say what they want. I am the one that says, okay, that's a good investment of the money. But anyway, I am the customer and my family, they are the consumers. But in our presentation here, I will normally refer to customer, but I mean, it's the same for customer and consumer in this case. I guess that for us to understand who are the customers, it's important that we understand that the profile of the customers is changing and it's changing very quickly. So if we compare, because today what I call the old consumer, people like me, I'm over 50 years old, so I'm calling myself old consumer. I did not grow up in a digital world, right? So I had to learn how to use technology over the course of my life. While the younger consumers, people much younger than me, they grow up with an iPad in their laps, right? So my kids, for example, they always knew technology. They grew in an environment with technology. So when we look at from a perspective of time, in 30 years, the profile of the customers will be absolutely, totally different. So what will happen is that the old consumers today, like people like me that have purchasing power, that are the ones that are going to the markets and buying stuff and buying the most expensive stuff, these people will leave the markets. By 2050, most of us will be out of the markets, either because we're too old to spend money or because we died or because, simply we leave the markets. We lose our purchasing power. After you retire, your income goes down, and then your purchasing power goes down. While the younger people that today don't have a lot of power, as time goes by, these people will have more power. And in 2050, they will be in the same situation that people like me are today. They will be the ones spending the most amount of money on whatever they buy, products or services. So there is this natural shift. But besides that, there is a number of other things that are changing in parallel, like technology, like products and services available, like, the dynamics of the society and so on. So during this period, we will see that people will change, that the business models will change, that the society will change, and the technologies will change. So it's very important that every company understands that they have to face the reality that their consumer or their customers are changing. And they are changing not only because people change, but because everything else changes. And the expectations of the people change over time. And basically, and you will see that later, delivering great customer experience means trying to satisfy the customers, basically delivering to their expectations. As the expectations change, the companies have to adapt. And of course, when we're talking about customers, of course, the customers are not all the same. They are all different. Every person, every individual has their own expectations, right? So it's very important that we understand how to segment, how to separate the customers into groups that will be easier for us to manage their expectations and try to deliver or understand their expectations and deliver to those expectations. This is a very obvious concept, very simple, but it's important that we bring that to the table because technology can help us with that. Because when we look at our customer base, we can have different demographics. We can have people different because their ages, their gender, ethnicity, income, education, religion, profession. We can also have psychographic differences like personality, hobbies, life goals, values, beliefs, and lifestyles. We can have geographic differences like countries, regions, cities, neighborhoods, postal codes, and behavioral in terms of habits, in terms of spending habits, purchasing habits, browsing habits, and in interactions with the brand and how loyal they are to the brand. So these are all ways that ways we can segregate or segment our customer base. And the better we do that job, the higher are the chances that we will be able to deliver to their expectations. And of course, when we look at this, it's a lot of variables, right? So it's a lot of different ways you can, separate the groups of customers that we're talking about. So for that, so to make it easier, it's important that we try to create a persona, or actually multiple personas, or those customers or those profiles that represent types or certain groups of customers, so that we can create specific offerings to those particular personas, right? So these are, of course, fictional characters. So those are not real people. These are people that summarize the main characteristics of specific groups. So they are created based on research. So you have to learn who are your customers first, so that you can, start to understand how they relate. So of course, the personas, they represent different user types. As you can see in this picture, you have to create more than one. If you create only one customer, you're probably not representing well the entire group, because you will try to deliver something that is a one size fits all, which normally doesn't work. You have to be able to create different groups represented by one persona, and then you fit your offering and your marketing strategies and everything you do based on those particular profiles. So these, of course, represent people with similar needs, goals, and behaviors. Of course, this persona simplifies the design task. And when I say design, I mean when you have to make an offer and when you have to offer an experience, you have to design that offering. You have to design the experience. You have to create something that fits the needs of that particular type of customer. And for that, if you have the personas, this design process is a lot easier, a lot simpler. And of course, it helps you to step out of yourself, because it's very normal that we think about the offering. We think about what is good for us, what we like, what is important for us, not what is important for the customer. When you create a persona, you have to put yourself in that persona's shoes, and then it's much easier to disconnect yourself from that analysis, so that you increase the chances of coming up with ideas that will be seen as value from the customer perspective, not from our perspective. Because remember, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what we think we are. What matters is what our customers think we are, in terms of our ability to sell stuff to them. So it's very important that we have this opportunity to step out and see whatever we are offering from the perspective of our customers. And using the personas, it's much easier. And creating the personas makes you ask the right questions, exactly because of that, because you leave your own shoes and you put yourself in their shoes. Then you looking to the offering from their perspective, you have better questions that will allow you to find better answers, so that will address their needs. And using the personas, you're adding a human touch to the data that you collect. When you collect too much data and you try to make sense of the data, if you don't have a persona, it's very difficult to come up with insights that will actually address the customer's needs. But looking through the eyes of the personas, it's much easier to make sense of the data. But the problem is, it can be too big, right? So when you have, depending on what you're selling, depending on what you're doing, you may need a lot of personas to do that. And then the complexity of that becomes bigger, and managing it manually, it's going to be complicated. So when we look at this this research done by Publicis Media for Oracle, they came up with these two main profiles, and the purpose of the research was to understand the differences between them. But what they did, they ended up realizing that there are a lot of similarities. It's not just the differences. And I will try to summarize the result of this research, because it helps us to understand how technology plays a role here. So first, when we look to these two groups, the older consumers like me and the younger consumers like you, both of us like solutions that are fast. You know, both believe that being fast is very important in terms of value of any offering. Being smooth, you know, a solution that is not complicated, that is simple, it's easy. You go there and you get it. So it's, you know, whatever is smooth without a lot of effort, this is something that everybody likes, independently if you're young or old. End-to-end solutions, everybody loves that. You know, everybody wants to have something that you won't have to stop and go talk to someone else, and then to someone else, then to someone else. We need one person to take care of our issue, go from begin to end, and deliver an end-to-end solution, so without being pushed around by the employees of the company. And also customization. Both older consumers and younger consumers, they love customization. The difference is that the older consumers, they see customization as something personal, ideally delivered by a human being, by a person. While the younger consumers, they tend to prefer something personalized, mainly delivered by a machine, not necessarily by a human, right? So this is, the need is the same. It's customized, a customized solution to their needs, but from different perspectives. One is a person delivering something personal. The other one is a computer or a digital interface delivering something personalized. So what it's, at the end of the day, the conclusion is that people don't buy products anymore. What people are buying are experiences. And those aspects are very important on the experiences. But there are, of course, differences. That was the original intent of the research. So the way the older consumers solve problems, they prefer to interact with a person, while younger tend to prefer digital interfaces. The older people are more interested on the details, while younger people are not that interested on the details. They prefer the end result. Older consumers prefer ownership. They want to own a car, own a house, own a cell phone, own whatever they use. They want to be the owners, while younger, they prefer everything as a service. You know, they rent houses, they rent bikes, they don't own cars. They, you know, the younger people, they tend to prefer things as a service. The older consumers, they tend to have their most remarkable memories in real life, while younger people may have those in the digital environment. While older consumers have a smaller online footprint, the younger have a very large online footprint. So this is more or less the scenario. But when we look at these things that are in gray here, this is where technology can help a lot to make things fast, smooth, end-to-end, and customized, and you know, and delivering those things that the younger consumers really value. They don't help too much when it comes to the older consumers, because it's a more personal delivery, right? So technology can help for sure, but not as much as on the gray side here. So changing to what is a customer experience. So this is my definition of customer experience. It's everything that the customers go through while interacting with your brand, your products or services, and are those interactions that will create expectations, that will give rise to feelings and emotions that will cement in our memories on the customer's brains, which will ultimately drive the customer's thinking, their decisions, and their purchasing behaviors, as well as the way they will promote your brand. Well, it's a long definition, but basically to say that the way the human brain works, the experiences will create emotions, the emotions will get those memories in our brains, and those memories will define how we decide to buy, how we think, and how we purchase things, and also how we talk about our suppliers, if we say that they're good or they're bad. There are some alternate definitions here, which is the most effective way to engage customers and make them loyal. In other words, the competence of making them happily come back for more of whatever you deliver, products or services. And the main thing here is happily. They come back because they want, because they feel the need. And another definition of customer experience is the art of managing expectations. This is the one that I like the most because it's simple and it goes straight to the point. Because customers are not happy when you deliver what you promised. Customers are happy when you deliver what they expect. If you deliver what you promise and what you promise is less than what they expect, they will be okay. They're not going to be mad at you, but they will be disappointed. But if you deliver to their expectation, they will be happy. But if you deliver more than what they expect, they will become your fans. So this is, conceptual. Sorry. But what is important is that products and services, when you're delivering regular products and services, you can bring differentiation by the product or the service that you deliver. But only experiences can bring distinction. And what's the difference between distinction and differentiation? Differentiation is what makes us different. We're not like the others, but not necessarily we're better. But the problem is when you're just different, when you're using your products and services, it's relatively easy to copy. As a consequence, it's relatively easy to compete against you. However, if you are distinct, in other words, distinction is what makes us unique. It's something that is very difficult to copy. It's, as a consequence, very difficult to compete against. You can only deliver that, that excellence, being better than the others. You can do that through experiences, because the experiences are very difficult to copy, to emulate, to do the same. It's much more difficult, and that's what makes the difference. And so the distinction allows the business to charge more, right? So you can charge premium prices for products and services if you're delivering something that is absolutely unique. So the experiences, they justify paying, the customers paying more. So customer experience has the power to make the customers happy. And this sounds again very simple, very obvious, but a lot of businesses don't realize that, because when you have a happy customer, the happy customers do not return product. They do not call your customer service just to complain and occupy your people's time with issues. They do not ask for compensation, for financial compensations. They reduce your marketing costs because, the customers that are really happy, they will do the marketing for you. They will share, their experience and make it easier for you to sell. And they also serve as antibodies on social media, because there's always, those customers that are not satisfied or have bad intentions that want to, shame your brand in front of others. Those happy customers, your fans, they will actually defend you. And you don't even need to take action, because they will take care of that. And the happy customers, they do pay a premium price and they don't complain about it. They like the fact that they are paying more. And the best thing is that they come back to buy more and they bring their families and their friends. So all we need is to have happy customers. And then you're asking yourselves, where is technology? It's coming up. So this book, I really recommend you to read, by Joe Pine and James Gilmore. This book was published by Harvard Business Review Press 20 plus years ago, and it's still a success. It's a big reference, and it talks about how we grew in the society. So we used to have an agrarian economy where the distinction came from the ability to control the commodities, but then commodities were not enough. People wanted more, and then we started the industrial economy, where distinction came from the ability to manufacture products, and then it was not enough, and then we started the services economy that brings distinction based on the ability to deliver services associated to the products. But then that was not enough. And that's where we are today. We are in the experience economy, where delivering great products or great services is not enough. You have to bring an experience, to stage an experience, to make people happy about what they're getting. And the next one will be the transformation economy, which is distinction coming from the ability to transform people through their experiences. This is one extract from the book that shows basically, going from commodities to goods to services to experiences to transformations. You're basically talking about customization, the role of customization. And the more you customize, the more value you bring, the more value is perceived by the customers, and the more differentiated you are, and the more relevant it is based on the needs of the customer. So my contribution, we can also talk about commodities. Everybody's the same, but if you go up on that scale, you're going to be differentiated, or you can be distinct. But on the other side, the emotion that is created when you're talking about commodities is very low. When you're talking about transformations, it's very high. When you're talking about how memorable this exercise is, again, the higher you go, the higher is the more memorable it is, and how engaging the same. So customers are more connected to you and to your brand the more you add to that scale, the more you add customization to that scale. And in the bottom, of course, the perception of value. It's not only the pricing, but the perception of value by the customers. So if you have a chance, take a look at this book, because it's really good. And there are a few trends that justify and explain why we're talking about technology here when it comes to customer experience. The first one is the YOLO, you only live once. This happens because the millennials, particularly the people that were born between 1980 and 2000, they saw the attack to the Twin Towers in the U.S. As witnesses. They saw that, and they saw the consequences live. So they saw how difficult life became, and people lost their jobs because the economies were slowed down. It was a mess. They also saw the subprime crisis in the US, making their parents lose not only their jobs, but also their pensions. And they saw that live. So they were there. They saw their parents, pulling their hair, not knowing how to pay the bills. And what they ended up realizing is that assets can vanish in a second, while experiences don't. The experiences, they always stay, because it stays with you in your brain. And they realized that, like 55% of these people, they spend more in experiences than anything else. So they're not really focused on buying things, but buying experiences. And 71% of Gen Zs, that are the ones that come after the millennials, they find summer jobs or part-time jobs to pay for their experiences. They don't do that to buy a new phone or to buy a car or to buy a house. Of course, they're too young for that, but still they want to have experiences, and they find jobs to pay for those experiences. And Dr. Thomas Gilovich from Cornell University, he did this research that shows that people find more lasting joy when they invest in experiences than in goods. And that's obvious, right? So when you take your cell phone and you buy your cell phone, you're very happy. The newest phone, you are very happy for a week, maybe two. After that, it's a commodity again, right? While when you take a trip to that place that you always wanted, you're going to be telling people about it for years. It's an amazing experience that stays, and you keep bringing it back. And every time you think about it, you're happy about it, right? So people have a lot more happiness or prolonged happiness based on experiences than actually having goods. And that's what explains the success of Airbnb, Porsche Drive, and Netflix. For those who don't know, Porsche Drive is, instead of buying a Porsche, you pay a service. You pay a fee every month, and you can take whatever Porsche you want. So this week I want to use an SUV. Next week I want to have a sports car. Next day I want to have another one. So you can choose and you change cars every so often, and you only pay a fee per month. So that's what YOLO is all about. The second one is the social media. And social media, I'm talking about not the technology aspect of it, but the concept of being able to share information everywhere all the time. So people and companies and brands are more exposed than ever before. That's obvious. The brands are a lot more concerned about the public opinion now, because public opinion can change very quickly based on anything that goes to the net, spreads very quickly. Businesses are forced to deliver better goods and services, and they have to treat customers better, because if they don't, everybody will know, and will know very fast. So in other words, basically what happens is that the word of mouth is becoming exponentially louder, faster, and reaching out to a lot more people. So customers now have a voice, and it's a very loud voice that companies have to listen to. So it's word of mouth and on steroids. So the behavior of cancellation is being is being expanded not only to the social media itself, but to the products and services that people talk about on the internet, on the social media. So this is an important trend as well. And third, finally, we started talking about technology, right? Technology is a big trend. And as I mentioned before, the younger consumers were born in a technological environment, which makes things a lot different in terms of customer experience. The customers' profiles are changing very rapidly, from the baby boomers to the millennials, as the main driving consumption power. The demand for customization and personalization never stops growing, and that's important because people really want to really want to have something for themselves, something that was produced, delivered to them specifically. And what happens is that regular humans cannot handle the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity of the world that we live in. It's every day it's more complex to deal with all the variables that we have around us. So what happens is that we need to become augmented humans, enabled by technology. So we have to have more power to manage that complexity, to deliver great customer experiences. And of course, the example here is Tony Stark, because if you think about it, he himself, he didn't have any powers, any superpowers. But well, if you think, he was rich and intelligent, so it's kind of two superpowers. But what he did, he created a technology that brought him the superpowers that he needed. That's exactly what we have to do to our people in our companies. We have to bring technologies to help them to have that power to deliver those amazing experiences. In red here, you see a link. This link is to a chat that I had with a gentleman called Gabe Larson that works for a company called Customer, where we talk about technology being used for marketing operations. And if you have the chance to take a look at cxhubconsulting.com on our experience hub, the chat with the experts #3, you will learn a few things there as well. So what happens, and now we're going to why technology then? We have so many variables and they come from everywhere, right? So from demographic differences, geographic, behavioral, psychographic, come from our competition, external events, some of our customers' wants, needs, and the marketplace in general. And from that, we have to figure all that out to be able to deliver something customized, something that the customers will understand as value from their perspective. And remember, I said that already. What matters is not what we think is value. What matters is what they think is value, because they are the ones deciding to buy from us or not. And the thing is, if we try to do that ourselves, we're in trouble, because the demand for customization keeps growing and the number of variables in play are far beyond our ability or our capacity to deal with that. It's too much data, and we collect data everywhere all the time, So there's no way we can handle that. So humans cannot cope with the speed of response that is required. Our customers are not going to sit and wait until we spend months figuring out what is, trying to make sense of the data and come up with a solution. It has to be quick. It has to be fast. So technology can help to handle the volume and the speed that is necessary, and making us free to be able to focus on what really matters, which is with a human touch, which is the experiences. So that's the thing, right? So technology can do the things that we should not be wasting our time, but we should be actually investing our time to come up with better experiences to provide that human touch. I'm going to show you a movie that symbolizes the use of technology. It's simple, but it's quite interesting. Let's take a look.
Play voicemail.
Message 1.
Hey, this is Dave.
Stop. Delete.
Message 2.
Hello, Mr. Carlson. Your reservation request for February.
Stop. Delete.
Message 3.
Yeah, Terry, that meeting at 4 has been moved up to noon. Call me as soon as you can.
Warning. Breakdown imminent. CarTrack recommends immediate service.
Oh no, my meeting.
To locate your nearest service station, turn right at Alameda. Continue north for 1 mile. Turn left at Hersham. Proceed 2 miles to the next service station.
Hi. Hi. Terry Carlson? Yes?
CarTrack alerted us you were on your way. I've got your paperwork ready to go if you'll just sign right here.
Great.
Well, I guess all I need now is a cab.
CarTrack has arranged for a cab to pick you up, Mr. Carlson.
I guess all I need now is $1 million. Can't blame a guy for trying, right?
So what is the thing here? In this movie, technology is serving the customer and connecting all the people that can deliver a great customer experience easily, fast, and consistently, right? So from the moment the car realizes that there will be a problem, the car already tells him where to go, the shortest route to get there. When he gets there, there's a person to say hello and deliver the paperwork that is all ready. There's no need to do anything else. He just signs on a pad there, and then the taxi is right there. So it's very convenient. Everything is easy, very simple, but there is always a person in the middle, right? The person is receiving the customer and taking the cab and everything. So that's what I was talking about, using technology to make people focus on what really matters. And let's talk more about technology, not for marketing specifically, but more generic, from a generic perspective, because only technology can provide mass customization. If you look at this M&M website, if you don't like yellow M&Ms, you don't need to buy those. You don't need to buy that bag with all the colors. You can choose which colors you want, and you can actually put your name on the M&Ms or your company logo. So you choose what you want. In this case, my company colors are a gray and blue. So I can put my company logo there and purchase those M&Ms. And the same thing with the Havaianas, the flip-flops, the Brazilian flip-flops. In the past, you had to go to a store and you could only buy the ones that were available right there. Now, because of the Industry 4.0 tools connected to the website, you can actually choose what you want. You choose the colors, the details, and the accessories. You can choose everything. So you go to this portal, you create your own flip-flops, and it's delivered at your door very quickly. You don't have to wait for that production batch that is, everybody has the same. No, you have your own solution delivered to you, because now with those technologies, you can have a production batch of 1 pair, and that 1 pair will be delivered to your door. Because of this, the change, the evolution of the customer profiles, this type of solution is fundamental to allow the companies to keep delivering customized solutions very quickly. So keeping the customers coming back. And then if we go to a different, from a different perspective on technology, for example, at Embraer, the third biggest aircraft manufacturer in the world, they designed their E-jets, and that was back in the 2000s. They designed the entire aircraft digitally, all in a digital environment. So they had a virtual reality center so that they could design the aircraft for manufacturing, and they also designed for assembly, and they also designed for maintenance. So they brought the customers in, all the customer requirements, and made it easier for the customers to fix the aircraft by simulating how the customers will actually access the parts. So this is all technology making customers' lives easier. And of course, when you're selling the airplane, you mentioned that, your life with this airplane will be easier because we are delivering technology, delivering the products and the services with technology behind them. This is another example. Let me show you. It's about the digital twin.
I think first and foremost with the Ghibli we wanted to produce a new Maserati, meaning that the Ghibli adheres to the core brand values of Maserati, being Italian style, dynamic performance and refined luxury. The challenge obviously in terms of launching higher volume cars within a modern manufacturing facility, state-of-the-art manufacturing facility, is to retain that bespoke feeling within the cars, which is very much appreciated by our clients.
Being able to work in a digital twin is a significant evolution compared with the past. By using integrated software such as NX and Teamcenter, we can have an interface of all the teams developing the project on the same mathematical base. This allows us to reduce analysis times and to avoid possible errors caused by miscommunication between the different teams.
So again, this is another example where technology can help to improve the quality and deliver what the customers are expecting in terms of performance and so on. And it makes it easier to make changes and adapt and test everything in advance. So when the customers get the car is already tested on a digital environment. So you can replicate, including the production line, you can replicate that digitally so you can make it very efficient. This is another example of technology. You see, merged reality is a way for you to deliver customer service when after the customer gets your products or your service, you can help them by overlapping the image of the instructor and the image that the customer has in front of them. And then you can actually show the customer how to do things. Makes it a lot easier. And of course, when you're selling your product, you can tell them that, look, I can support you with that. When you're selling your service, you can advertise that as well and make that a differentiation, using technology as a way to differentiate or to make your offering distinct, not only different. So what happens is that those types of technologies, you can improve the productivity, facilitate customer operations, reduce the time for solutions, improve overall quality and reliability, which significantly improves the customer experience. But then let's start to go down to more, closer to marketing, which is what you guys are talking about here. But I really wanted you to have that broader perspective of technology, because it actually helps the whole environment connected by technology allows us to use the marketing tools a lot more effectively. So we just talked about tools to help on the sale of products. We talked about tools for customer services that are, Industry 4.0 tools that will allow those other two things to actually work. But now we're going to talk more about the marketing content, right? So we'll talk a little bit about relationship management type of tools and customer experience management type of tools. So when we talk about CRM, the most common marketing tool that is out there, right? So we have a lot of CRM tools out there, but basically their capabilities are to manage the contacts, track contacts of activity, store information and organize information. This is very important. Lead management or reporting. We can come up with dashboards and real-time reporting for anything we're doing on the sales process. Integration of email, social media, applications, telephone, websites, everything we can integrate through the CRM tools that we have available these days. They are very easy to customize, so you can make them work the best way for you. They are very intuitive and convenient to use typically. And the main ones, and the ones that probably people heard the most, are HubSpot, Salesforce, and Freshworks. Those are the ones that have more customers globally. Salesforce is probably the one that people hear the most, but HubSpot is growing very fast. I myself use HubSpot because it makes my life easier. And there are other tools that I call customer experience softwares applied to marketing operations. I'm not going to talk about each one of them. The idea here is not to talk about the tools themselves, but it's important that you see that those are the 10 most important ones, and they're all similar to some extent, but they are focused on different aspects of the business. Like there are some that are customer service management, so you use to manage your customer service. There are the regular customer relationship management. There's also the ones that manage the experience of the customer, so it goes beyond just contacts and things, but communication. You manage the entire experience that can consider also customer service. There are the ones that have behavioral analytics, and this is important because those tools, they collect information from the customers and try to understand the customer's behaviors and the customer's needs and wants that will help you, to give you insights to take action. And there's also the tools that will be used to listen to social media. So you can actually, because it's easy for you to control whatever you put on social media. But what about the things that other people put on social media about you? There are those tools that can actually help you to listen to social media. And it's important that we understand that all those tools, they try to be as omni-channel as possible, because what happens is that having a lot of channels is great, but having them all disconnected, not integrated, is a problem, because one day the customer is interested on talking to you via chat, the other day via email, the other day via social media, whatever. What happens is that the customer has to be free to connect you whatever way they can or they want. However, the same customer has to be seen as one individual, no matter where he goes, right? So he or she goes. So it's important that all the channels are fully integrated. And that's the definition of omni-channel. And a lot of those tools, they allow those customers to be recognized by your company, regardless of what media they decide to use. Because customers want choices, right? And it's our job to offer them the choices, and they have to be well treated, and they have to be recognized regardless of the choices they make on the way they communicate with us. And most of the new tools and the new technologies, they allow that, the customers to be seen as one individual regardless of where they come to talk to us. Let me show you another technology, another solution. By the way, I don't work for those companies that I'm showing the movies here. I don't get any commissions. It's just because they're very good examples. Let's see this one.
Things go wrong a lot in the airline industry. On Valentine's Day 2007, we had a situation, pretty tough weather, ice pellets.
That storm caused the longest delays that we have experienced in our history.
We froze some aircraft to the ground and stranded a lot of people. So one of the things that we did was to create the Customer Bill of Rights. We decided that we were going to tell our customers, when things go wrong, this is what you can expect of JetBlue.
We needed to learn and understand the needs of the customer, and that's when we found Qualtrics.
We focus on experience management here at JetBlue, so we embrace criticism that we receive through surveys.
A survey comes in and it immediately tells frontline supervisors who are in the best position to affect change.
Real-time information is so important because it enables you to step in the middle of the experience and create these heroic moments. We've had our crew members leave sports team paraphernalia on customers' seats, or we have newlyweds flying through the airport and you can do something really special there.
They need that excitement for that job interview, that excitement for that honeymoon they may be going on, that empathy when they're traveling to that funeral. We are not computers talking to computers here. We are humans talking to humans.
Our mission is to constantly improve upon the experience for our 35 million plus customers. With all the survey data that we have, we're now in a position where we have been able to become predictive. And so, for example, we know going into big snowstorms, big hurricanes, how customers are going to react, and we can fix things. Awards are great. We've won J.D. Power 12 years in a row. But more importantly, we now have the product that our customers tell us every single day is fantastic. And with the information that Qualtrics gives us, we're going to be able to just take the experience to the next level.
You see, this is another example where technology is allowing a company not only to look good in front of their customers, but to have awards proving that they have the best service based on the information they collect and how quick they can react to that. And that's the amazing thing, right? So when you have those tools that can actually help you to have the insights very quickly, and as the lady said, be able to deliver those heroic moments, that's amazing, because that's what makes customers become fans, because they get something that is beyond their expectation based on the data that is being collected by technology. People cannot do that. If you won't be able to see those pieces of information, or not be able to do that for 35 million people that are using the services every year. Right? So you have to have support from a technology that will allow you to have quick responses and deliver that value right there while the customer is engaging, is actually interacting with your brand and with your product or your service. That's important. Just explaining what Qualtrics is. This is a tool that is an experience management platform that manages not only the experience of the customer, but the employee experience, the brand experience, and the product experience. So it's a very sophisticated survey platform that collects data and analyzes the data and reports on that, providing insights. So it collects customers' information to drive the insights creation. And besides being extremely flexible, it is totally omni-channel. So it doesn't matter where the information comes from. The company knows who they're dealing with, and they are able to provide something based on the historic data that they have in their system. So it's very effective. Another type of technology that we use on our day-to-day life in marketing, the chatbots, those digital interfaces we have with customers that we typically use on our websites. This is a very interesting tool that we have to consider. It's interesting, but it's very dangerous. A lot of companies are just using chatbots because everybody else does, and this is a mistake, right? So the purpose of the chatbots is not to show off. It's not to do whatever your competitor is doing or emulate or copy what your competitor is doing. The purpose is to reduce the load on the call center agents, but not to replace them. So the customer has to have the choice to be able to talk to a person, but the idea here is to allow the chat to try to send the customer to the right people, to talk to the right people, instead of sitting there waiting for half an hour, then a person answers the phone and it's the wrong person. And sometimes it's something that is easy to solve. So the chatbot could solve the simple things, but if it's more complex, you don't need to have the chatbot doing it. It will just guide you to talk to the right person. So it's used for screening to figure out who has to talk to who. And facilitate the customer's life, speed up the support, because this way, instead of waiting in line to talk to a generic person, you can shortcut and go talk to the person that will solve your problem. And the purpose is to provide answers or routing you and not to show off. And what is important is that all chatbots, they need to learn. Most of them are AI, artificial intelligence based, but they need to be taught before they can perform and deliver the value. If you simply buy something and implement next day, the artificial intelligence doesn't know much. So the quality of the answers will be very poor and the customers will be pissed. So you have to be very careful, because it has a huge potential to become a customer experience detractor. It will make the experience worse instead of better. So we have to give that choice to the customers. They have to be able to choose if they want to talk to a bot or to a person. Other technologies that we can use, of course, artificial intelligence, as I just mentioned, data analytics or big data. This is behind most of the customer experience tools that we have on the market today. This is the most fundamental thing that the tools have. But we also have a lot of cognitive technologies, such as computer vision. So the computer can actually read things and understand things and take action based on that. Machine learning. So the machine will learn from the data and will come up with different perspectives, different ideas. Natural language processing, very important, so that you can collect what a customer is saying and transform that into text and use that text. Actually, the speech recognition is that we will collect whatever the customer is saying and put into text, and then you make sense of it with NLP. You make sense of that text. You understand the meaning of what the customer is saying. And of course, blockchain that supports all of that to be able to store information. The new marketing starter toolkit, if I would suggest the minimum things that you could have. First is something that has analytics. So you have to be able to track the channel's performance and the customer behaviors to help you to make sense of data. So Google Analytics and Adobe Analytics, those are good tools for that. You have to have something to do conversion optimization to convert a lead into an actual customer purchasing something, and get the people that will get to your website to actually do what you want them to do in your website. So WordStream, landing page grader, Optimsly, and Unbounce are good tools for that. Email marketing, of course, and I'm not talking about spamming, not sending things to people all the time, things that are not interesting for them. The idea here is to ask permission and figure out what are the content that will make a difference for that customer and deliver to them what they see as value. You can use MailChimp and, or Constant Contact for that. You can also use search engine marketing. That it's kind of, when you associate the paid search ads with search engine optimization, that will actually address the needs, based on the customer's needs. So you can use Google AdWords, WordStream, Word Tracker, and Bright Edge to do that. Remarketing, which is basically whenever a customer goes through your website, then your ads are shown on other things that your customer do. So they go to other websites, and if there's a room for advertising there, your advertising pops up there. So you can use Google AdWords remarketing or AdRoll or Perfect Audience. Mobile optimization. This is fundamental because again, the customers, they have to choose how they want to interact with you. They may be using their computer, their tablets, or their cell phones, or their smartphones. Your website has to be optimized to whatever tool they want to use. It has to be responsive. And marketing automation, it's also important to try to bring it all together, use all those tools and connect them together. So HubSpot can help with that, Act-On, and Infusionsoft. So the question now is, will robots replace humans? Because we are talking about here all the time about technology taking over. Well, if you look at this movie, 2001: A Space Odyssey, that was released in 1968, so it's a very old movie. This movie is about a computer called HAL that believes or concludes with its artificial intelligence that humans are a threat to the world, because we're destroying our world, right? So the computer tries to kill everybody, and there's this researcher, Marvin Minsky from MIT, that says that if we're lucky, robots will keep us as pets. But this is if we're lucky. Otherwise, we'll do what HAL does, right? So this is a very pessimistic perspective. But if we're not careful with the use of technology, this could be our future. However, when we look at this other movie called The Bicentennial Man from 1999 with Robin Williams, it tells the story of Andrew, a robot that learns the beauty of being human, the beauty of the human touch, right? And then he tries across this movie, he tries to become a human. And it's a very interesting perspective on how human nature can create great experiences, and a testimony that we can bring technology into our lives as long as we keep the human touch. Exactly like Disney does, associating high technology with high touch, and that's their strategy. So answering the question, will robots replace humans? Yes, for sure. But just the ones that do not embrace technology, right? So technology can provide humans with superpowers and can make us augmented humans. And the more we accept technology in our lives and use it as a tool, the least the chance that we'll be replaced by it. So in summary, no one can stop technology development. We like it or not, it will continue to grow. It will, to some extent, emulate a few human aspects and behaviors. It will become more, let's say, human. Customers' expectations will continue to grow. Customer profiles will continue to change. This evolution will make it more complicated for humans to deliver to those changing expectations. And the role of technology as an enabler of great customer experience is undeniable. So we have to give our people the power through technology to deal with the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity that we are living in. But of course, we have to have a very strong and enforceable technology ethics protocol, because what we don't want is to have all that technology being used on a bad way that will transform us and remove the human touch from everything we do. So in summary, technology enables the new marketing, the marketing that is focused on customer experience and the marketing that considers the human aspirations, the humans' wants and needs. That's what I wanted to share. So my apology for taking longer, but I thought it would be interesting to share those movies because it illustrates very well what we're talking about here. So let me stop sharing my screen just a second. Here we are. So thank you very much for your time, and back to you, Dr. Ayo.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for this very in-depth keynote. It's a very wonderful way to take us through the theme for summit for this year. There's been so much to take in, but I really love the conclusion. For a marketer to be relevant, he or she should own it. He should own his own engagement with technology, because if you don't upskill, you'll be left out.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for making us understand the need to effectively classify our clients in terms of persona, and making us understand that we have to be very customer-centric in the development of our user story, and having clear-cut acceptance criteria in the delivery of our service or products, because our customers are after experience. So if you don't personalize it in our user story, then we can't get them to get the experience. And that experience is what makes us distinct. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this period. And we'll be going in for our panel session. But prior to then, we'll be taking like a 10 minutes break. So you can go stretch your legs, take a drink of water. Just do whatever you want to do to feel relaxed, because the panel session is going to be another wonderful, mind-blowing session. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Sergio. We're glad you're still part of the summit. So there's some things you've mentioned that we'll have to go in depth in the time during this panel session. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we take a 10 minutes break.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ayo Adeyemi. I'm inviting you to join us for the annual Marketing Summit organized by Marketing Professional Network, the second edition, holding May 19 and 20, 2021. We have speakers from United America, we have speakers from Canada, we have speakers from Pakistan, we have from United Kingdom, and we have from Nigeria. It promises to be a very engaging moment, 2 days full of impact. Please don't miss out. Register and join these sessions and expand your knowledge and understanding of marketing and technology, and how things are evolving around this, and how you can advance your career, exploring the various opportunities that exist in the world of marketing and technology. Hello, I'm Dr. Hayo Adeyemi. I'm inviting you to join us for the annual Marketing Summit organized by Marketing Professional Network, the second edition, holding May 19 and 20, 2021. We have speakers from United America, we have speakers from Canada, we have speakers from Pakistan, we have from United Kingdom, and we have from Nigeria. It promises to be a very engaging moment, 2 days full of impact. Please don't miss out. Register and join these sessions and expand your knowledge and understanding of marketing and technology and how things are evolving around this and how you can advance your career, exploring the various opportunities.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Sayyida Aksa Zainab from Pakistan. In the upcoming marketing summit, my focus will be on marketing and Internet of Things. Do join me on the 19th and 20th of May between 11 to 2 p.m. See you, inshallah. Take care. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Sayyida Aksa Zainab from Pakistan. In the upcoming marketing summit, my focus will be on marketing and Internet of Things. Do join me on the 19th and 20th of May between 11 to 2 p.m. See you, inshallah. Take care. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Sayyida Aksa Zainab.
Everyone, my name is Mohammad Waqas Rana. I am teaching in Ikra University, Pakistan for the last 9 years as an assistant professor. I did my master's from University of South Wales, United Kingdom. Currently, I am doing my PhD on artificial intelligence and marketing. Hope to catch you all on May 19, 2021. See you.
Hi there. On May 19 and 20, I will be joining the Marketing Professional Network on their annual Marketing Summit 2.0. I will be joining 6 other professionals to speak on the summit, and I'll be focusing on predictive analytics in data-driven marketing. If you are into marketing or you're selling anything for yourself, you don't want to miss that conference. Please follow the link and I will see you in the conference.
Hello, I'm Dr. Hayo Adeyemi. I'm inviting you to join us for the annual Marketing Summit organized by Marketing Professional Network, the second edition, holding May 19 and 20, 2021. We have speakers from United America, we have speakers from Canada, we have speakers from Pakistan, we have from United Kingdom, and we have from Nigeria. It promises to be a very engaging moment, 2 days full of impact. Please don't miss out. Register and join these sessions and expand your knowledge and understanding of marketing and technology and how things are evolving around this and how you can advance your career, exploring the various opportunities that exist in the world of marketing and technology.
I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. Never thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice I'm getting closer, stronger than I've ever been. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever we're joining from. Thank you, everyone who's been a part of this section so far. I believe it's been very explosive. It's been very explosive. The first section by Mr. Sergio has been very, very in-depth and very, very expositional. I've been taking a lot of notes. And I want to say thank you so much, sir, for that in-depth, very in-depth keynotes. One of my, okay, awesome. Okay, so one of my very, very, I took out a phrase from that section, and I believe it's something I'm going to be working on over and over. It said people don't buy products, they buy experiences. And if you're really very, very, very critical about today's world in terms of what is happening out there, you will know very well that right now, if you are not creating experiences for your customers, of course, you know that things are not going to be moving as good as you want. So I want to welcome everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you so much, sir, for that in-depth section once again. And we're going to be moving into the next section quickly. All right, thank you so much, sir, Mr. Sergio Fries. Thank you so much for that in-depth section. Thank you so much. I'm seeing that. All right, thank you. All right, so we're going to move into the next section now, which is our panel section. Panel discussion is going to be very, very, and it's going to be very, very, very in-depth as well. I'm going to be having Mr. Sergio Fries coming again on that section. And also, we're going to be having Dr. Rubina Jabin, also an assistant professor at Ibra University, Karachi, who's also going to be a part of that section. And of course, we're going to be having a host, Dr. Aya DME, also being a part of that section. So what I want to encourage everyone, drop your questions at the comments. If you have, I believe from the panel, from the keynote section, you should be having a lot of questions coming right now. So I don't want you to wait. Don't wait. Drop your questions at the comments so we can have them, tabulate them, and bring them on during the panel section. So before we jump into that section right now, I just want to quickly give the podium right now to Dr. Rubina Jabin to just share for about 7 to 10 minutes, then before we go in.
Hello, everyone.
Awesome.
I think I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Just that I want to see you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Wish you all going good. This is Dr. Rubina from Pakistan. Well, first of all, I'm really thankful to Dr. Ayo for organizing.
Okay, your videos are not on. Dr. Rubina, your videos are not on yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, but your videos are up. I don't even want to turn on your video so we can put the face.
Okay, so should I continue?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Well, I'm
No,
really
we can
thankful
see your
to Dr.
video.
Well, I'm really thankful to Dr. Ayo for organizing the summit and inviting me as one of the panelists for this summit. I'm really delighted, and it's an honor for me to be part of this summit. Well, first, I mean, I have to thank you, Mr. Ciegro, for very detailed and insightful presentation. So the topic is really interesting and very much relevant, that how technology evolves in the years ahead and why marketing technology is so important today, and how marketing teams can develop marketing technology management capabilities within their organizations. Although, I mean, all these aspects have been covered in detail by Ciegro. So I would just add in. So it's quite obvious that technology not only enables personalization, but also increases and enhances accessibility and consistency of customer experience. So as you know, we are living in a digital world. We are using a digital interface for this summit. So, and due to pandemic over the last more than 1 year, the importance of technology is manifold. So it's right. So it has indispensable part of our lives, our business functioning, to stay connected with the customers. So there is no denying the fact. So because of this, advent of information technology, we can see consumers seem to be more influenced by internet-enabled smartphones and tablets. So it's very right to say that technology has literally placed the power in the hands of consumers. So they can very easily switch from one brand to another by a single click. So moreover, we can see technology has changed, it has transformed marketing by making campaigns more personalized for people. It has not only the interface that has transformed between the brands, the people, and because of the low cost of technology, consumers can now evaluate, they can assess value on the basis of other facets, other dimensions like quality and service of the products they are using. So consumers basically use technology that show whether the product is in stock. They can compare the prices. They can develop their purchasing intentions. They can read other people reviews and how it is easier to find the product or its location, or can try any product at any time before buying. So we all know that that using the technology has made businesses it's easier and faster and more effective, and it's better and we have more effective manufacturing techniques, less wastage is there. We can efficiently manage the stock, do the marketing campaigns more effectively, the promotions more effectively. So it's very right to say that technology has changed the way business markets their products. Companies market their products using internet. Websites have become business necessities nowadays when it comes to market the products. So technology has changed the traditional marketing by making it more accessible for businesses and consumers to reach their market audience. It has not only brought the cost lower, the marketing cost. Lower marketing costs to businesses, but also made it possible to access the global market around the world. So I will continue with the thought of Mr. Ciegro that the evolutions brought by the technology in business world, specifically focusing on marketing aspects and But obviously, there are challenges out there like data privacy, storage, management, and regulatory compliance. So all these are the challenges businesses face by using the technology. But it's also true that technology helps businesses grow, they prosper, they create relationship with different stakeholders, they can understand the strengths and the effectiveness of the organizations. They allow people to learn from one another, and they can improve the way they communicate the prospective customers. So it's like, good marketing tools like, Google Analytics to measure the performance of your marketing campaign, social media marketing, customer relationship management that Sierra has discussed in detail. So it has created, an edge over the traditional marketing strategy. So it's very interesting about digitalization that it's not the companies that are driving change. Instead, this change is mainly driven by the customers. And customer is the king. So putting customer first in the strategy of many organizations and companies that do transform digitally are creating highly engaged customers, and highly engaged customer means they will buy more and more. They will have more association, more connectivity with your organization. So more engaged, according to the research, more engaged customers buy 90% more frequently, and they spend around 60% more per purchase. And companies that have embraced digital transformation are 26% more profitable than their peers or the competitors. So, like I said before, the challenges are there in adopting the technology, like proper deployment of the digital infrastructure, the capital cost, administrative barriers are there. But the most challenging about that, every customer is unique and has his own reasons for purchasing a particular product that satisfies his needs and wants. So marketers have to check consumer purchasing trends, how to educate consumers, and thereby how to influence their purchasing decision. For example, Apple basically evaluate consumer behavior. They focused on product and technology and facilitate them and provide them convenience that was based on behavioral assumptions for consumers. So we can say that Apple adopted minimalist method to market towards selling their products. So basically, they use the soft skills to approach their customers. So different modern kind of marketing strategies, as you know, are social media marketing, email marketing, internet ads, etc. The word of mouth marketing. So they can have a greater impact. And of course, there is a lot of excitement about new technologies that can improve workflow efficiency and make it easier for the customers. So for that purpose, companies should focus on they should try to resolve, to come up with a resolution of customers' concerns, their issues, their problems, by managing good social media and to know how to apologize. They should be vigilant, and they should be prompt in addressing and resolving the concerns of customers. It should not be passing of the blame to other people. To customers. So in this way, they can have an effective communication, effective coordination with their customers by acknowledging the complaints. They can ask their customers to remove the feedback, the negative feedback from the website even. So while I was talking about the soft skills like teamwork, problem solving, work ethic, time management, creativity, interpersonal skills. So if we can effectively collaborate and present ourselves and convey our ideas to different people from different cultures to mobilize to mobilize, our products and align with other people around the globe. So, well, as you know, that there's 7 elements of marketing. They are planning, product, price, promotion, place, packaging, positioning, and people. So for effective global marketing, product promotion work together to serve to have a better and lasting global presence. So from the so new technologies like GPS, social media, smartphones, applications are becoming very important, and to market our company's products. And CRM, customer relationship management, is very important. So technology helps us to grow, to prosper, to create relationship with our stakeholders, strengthen the effectiveness of organization that can greatly affect how to communicate with our prospective customers, and we can support that how we can effectively present our product services. So using, by using technology, companies and businesses can improve their lines of communication. They can effectively respond to customers' needs effectively and promptly, proactively. They can interact with customers through an app and keep customers informed. So, that's all from my side. Can I continue or should I? My watch is not on the phone.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rubina, for that section. I believe you're still on the line. Yes, you're still on the line. Thank you so much for that introduction. I believe we got some value from that. So quickly, I'm going to be calling on one of our panelists. Okay.
We are calling on, we're inviting Mr. Paul Akinola to join our panel. Mr. Paul is
Yes, Katie, I'm here. Am I audible?
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
So we are calling on Mr. Paul Akinola to join the panel. Mr. Paul is not a new person to Marketing Professional Network. He's a digital marketing expert. And one of the days he came on board, it was really a mind-blowing experience. So it's lovely to have him join the panel and be one of our panelists. Mr. Paul, please, can you come on and give us a brief introduction of yourself and a 5-minute intro into your understanding of the influence of technology in marketing operation and customer experience. Thank you. Okay, he's trying to join in. Thank you, Rubina, for that intro. What we'll kind of appreciate if you have your video on, so that we can put a voice, we can put a face to the voice, and it can help us engage with you and connect. Thank you.
Is it on? Is it in?
Hello, Mr. Paul, please, can you unmute and come up? Mr. Paul, of course, is one of the speakers we have for this year's summit, and he'll be with us tomorrow to handle his own topic. Okay, he's with us. Welcome, Mr. Paul. Nice to have you here in our 2021 summit. So you're part of our panel for now. Would like you to give us a little introduction about yourself and a little sneak peek into your understanding of the topic for our summit this year. Welcome. So while we wait for Mr. Paul, I would like someone from the audience to please give us a short, take us through his or her experience through the summit. Okay, so we have a question on the chat room. It says, is there really any gain in continuing to market in terms of advertising? Though the mainstream media, through the mainstream media like radio or television, as against social media marketing?
If you want, I can try to answer that question.
Yes, Sergio, you can take it.
Yeah, well, in my perspective, it all depends on your target market. Just to, my father that had passed away last Friday, he was probably one of the few people that used to still sign a paper newspaper, right? So not a lot of people do that. So if your target audience is older people or people that like to have the paper in their hands, then yes, it's okay to advertise there. But if you're looking for, younger generation population, let's say, advertising on a newspaper would probably be a bad investment. The same applies to television and radio. It depends on who you're trying to address or who you're trying to reach out to. Of course, when you're talking about new solutions or technological solutions, of course, social media is a lot more effective than television, or especially because, like, for television, you're basically addressing a lot of different people and all kinds of backgrounds and all kinds of, so it's a very generic way of spreading the information. So if you're talking about a soap or a new shampoo, then television is okay. But if you're talking about specific solutions, technological solutions, or products that are addressed to very specific people, you'd better use either social media or some specific email marketing that will find, or even Google Ads or whatever, that will address your offering to the people that actually will be paying attention to it. So I think that the other ways or the other media will continue to survive because there's always people interested on television and radio. Paper newspapers, I'm not sure, but maybe in a much smaller scale than in the past, but definitely they have value, and you have to basically understand who you want to show your offering to. It's not a specific answer. If there is any gain, depends on what you're addressing and who you want to reach out to. That's my perspective.
Okay, that's fantastic. So in summary, it depends on the goal you want to achieve per time. That determines the media you have to engage, you have to use to engage with your customers. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Rubina, Dr. Rubina, we have a question for you. So how do you see a brand? How do you see a brand that just got a negative comment or review? That's a brand that is facing a crisis in the social platform, and the crisis is from a dissatisfied client who has a huge followership, like an influencer. How would you expect a marketer to handle that brand at that moment of crisis?
I discussed before that people are now, because of the advent of technology, they are more effectively connected to social media platforms. So they have revolutionized, they have changed the traditional marketing avenues and the platforms like newspapers or radio. So it has, increased the communication between different stakeholders, and they have provided more ease and convenience. They can use email, they can use chat messengers, they can conduct video conferences, video calls, so to let the messages across. So what's interesting about this technology and digitalization is that companies are mainly basically focusing on the customers, and they are changing the way that previously the marketing strategies are working, and they are putting the customers first in the strategy and the companies and organization to create more engaged and more interactive customers, and the more interactive customers will be loyal customers, and they will be they will be better able to embrace the digital transformation, and they will be more profitable than their competitors. So obviously they will have an edge over the companies that don't go for digitalization. So so it's valid to educate the consumers, and thereby how to influence their purchasing decisions, and how while different modern and current marketing strategies can work for them, effectively work for organizations, and can have a greater impact on the customers' decision or purchasing decisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Can
that wonderful
can I
response.
comment on that as well?
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess that to your point about an influencer getting bad feedback about whatever your company is doing, how to react to that. Well, first thing is not to trigger the influencer's rage or the influencer's anger, right? So you never fight back. If an influencer is saying something, a lot of people are listening, and you have to be very careful how you handle the situation. So the first thing I would do as a marketer would be to reach out to that particular person directly, not in a stage, because remember, the stage factor is horrible. So if you expose the influencer in front of thousands of people, the influencer will feel the need to hit you hard and to make you pay for that. So you never disagree with the influencer in front of thousands of people. The stage is horrible for you because he is more relevant than you. So first thing, go talk to the influencer and understand the reasoning behind that, and try to find a solution that is something that not only addresses the problem, but also tries to deliver something that goes beyond the expectation of that influencer. Because what happens is, and this is a technique that Walt Disney uses very, very well, the Walt Disney Company, right? So what they call it, the service recovery. If there is a customer that is dissatisfied, all you have to do is to understand what the problem is, understand what is value from the perspective of the customer, and try to offer not only a solution, but something that will make the customer remember the solution more than they remember the original problem, right? So the recovery, it's all about delivering something beyond their expectation, so that this recovery or the solution that you're providing will stick to their brains and will get them to share that with others. If you're able to do that with an influencer, and you find a solution, and then you address that, on the same social media that the influencer is complaining, you can show that, look, I heard you. We apologize. It was our mistake. Of course, assuming it is your mistake, your failure. So you apologize. And then you say, look, I provided you a solution to the problem. And by the way, I'm offering this that goes beyond the expectation. The influencer will most likely do your marketing campaign for you, because then the influencer will promote the solution, because it's something amazing. It's something that the influencer doesn't see every day. So they will feel the need to promote the solution. So what could be a very bad thing for you can actually convert into a great marketing opportunity that will make this person become your fan. And maybe you can even interact with this person in the future to get more interest into your brand through that person, because of that service recovery that went beyond their expectation, right? So again, it's the good old Disney service recovery technique that plays an important role in every business. And in this particular case, is particularly special. It can bring an enormous opportunity for your business. That's how I would do it.
Wow, thank you, Sergio, for that approach to that question. It's basically like making lemonade out of your lemon. Okay, so yeah, as a follow-up to that, primarily responsible for determining an effective user interface, user experience, acceptance criterion, while developing a user story considering customer experience.
Who this question
Did you get the question? Okay, Sergio, it's for you. I said as a follow-up.
No, I didn't hear to whom you addressed the question, but if it's, I guess Rubina may want to say something about it. Go ahead, Rubina. But remember, Rubina, we can't see you. We can only hear you. It would be great if we could have your face on the camera. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need to apologize because there's some connectivity issue at my end. So I'm trying both from my laptop and also mobile phone. Both I'm using because of yesterday's there was a thunderstorm, so we have we have this power issue, but I'm trying to be there. Well, uh, may I know the question? Can you please repeat the question, Kathy?
Okay, I will. The question says, who is primarily responsible for determining an effective user interface, user experience, acceptance criteria while developing a user story considering customer experience?
All right, thank you. There are two aspects. The first one is the user interface, and so both are interchangeable, and uh, but obviously user experience and user interface. So user interface is basically its design, it's a process that create the products. So companies, they are more and more dependent on both, UI and UX, user interface and user experience. So businesses and companies on web applications and mobile applications that lead the companies to place or to put more emphasis, more priority on I mean the interface that helps the people to interact with the companies to improve. We have to give more emphasis to improve the overall experience by focusing on UI, user interface, and user experience. Uh, the process design teams that have to create more effectively we can communicate with the customers. So both user interface and user experience are important, and companies must have to put priority, and they should emphasis so that we can create a better customer experience.
Yeah, and if I may comment on that, I guess that if you remember my presentation, I showed the Embraer development of one of their aircraft, the ERJ, the E-jets. Those airplanes were designed all digitally, so there's not a single piece of paper for that program. It's all digital, it's all virtual. But what is interesting is that before starting to develop anything, they brought, in that case, I was there, I was working there. So we brought the customers in because we wanted the customers to tell us what they needed, what they wanted, because we were not delivering or developing an airplane for us. We were developing an airplane for them. So we needed them to tell us what was important for them in terms of the way they use, the way their customers use the airplane, how they feel inside the cabin, what kind of functionalities were important, which kind of airports they needed to be flying into. So what kind of technologies would be required for them to be allowed to fly on those particular airports, into those airports, and so on. So at the end of the day, when we think about the acceptance criteria on the user interface and the user experience, for me, the most important people are the customers. So the customers are the ones that have to define those criteria. So we have to bring the customers in. We can use either the salespeople or the marketing people or whoever you have in your organization that has a direct contact with the customers and understand who are the customers that will well represent the majority of the customers you're dealing with, and literally bring them in so that they can define the criteria, so that your company, your engineering, or whoever is developing a solution will consider the customer's criteria into the design, so that the final result will be something that they see as value. Because at the end of the day, sorry for repeating that 10 times, but I will repeat 1,000 if needed. It really doesn't matter what you think about your products or about your service or about your offering. What really matters is what they think, because they are the ones with the decision power. They are the ones that can say, yes, I'm going to buy, or no, I'm not going to buy from you. I'm going to buy from your competition. So the answer to your question, for me, the primarily responsible for determining the effective UI and UX acceptance criteria is the customer, driven by whoever has the best relationship with the customer, so that they can invite the right customers to provide those criteria that will define what is value from their perspective in terms of the user interface or the user experience. And it's important to have the two things considered, because user interface, you can have a wonderful interface, the app works well, the buttons are in the right place, you click and they work, and so on. But if the site or the app looks ugly, or looks complicated, or the letters are too small, the experience is bad, although the interface itself works, it's very effective. So you have to bring the customer in to say what they like and what they dislike, so that you have the best possible offering available to the customers. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much for that response. That speaks more about collaboration and flow of information. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. I believe there's been an awesome section so far. We're just going to hit on more and go further more. But before then, we want to make this as engaging as possible. So please, we want you to also be able to ask questions. So if you have questions, please drop it on the comments. Thank you. I think there was someone that dropped the comment earlier on. Thank you. Let me see the name again. There was someone who dropped the comment. Okay, yeah, I think I've seen that. Ashidebere Eushe, thank you for dropping that question, and it has been answered. So we want to make this as engaging as possible. I believe some of us have questions already, maybe before coming for the event, or we already have questions right in the course of this conversation. So please feel free to drop the questions on the comments, so we can take your questions and you go home very, very much satisfied and fulfilled. So I'm going to take the next question now, and this question will be directed to Paul Akinola. So I wanted to put on your video, please. Put on the video, please, and unmute yourself while I take the question. So, awesome. Thank you so much. It's good having you here, sir. Okay, so the question goes to you right away. What IT skills and soft skills should an intentional marketing professional equip herself with, or himself with, to effectively compete globally with the increase in virtual job opportunities? I don't know if you got that question, or should I ask it again? What IT skills and soft skills should an intentional marketing professional equip him or herself with to effectively compete globally with the increase in virtual job opportunities? Over to you.
All right, thank you so much for this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Very beautiful. All right. Sorry, I'm not in the position where I want to be, but because you want the video up, I have to give you the opportunity to be able to see my face. All right. For a marketing professional who wants to be relevant worldwide, the first thing, it's a normal thing I think any marketing professional should have, is your ability to understand your customer and your ability to understand the market you're going to be dealing with. Those two things are too important when it comes to soft skill. You must be able to understand your customer. You must be able to understand the market. If you get those two, then we go to some other core skills. Maybe core skills, you need to understand data. I was listening to Sergio, and you basically can hear all throughout his presentation, it's all about data, information, technology, data, information, technology. Now, if you're going to do well as a professional, a marketing professional, and you are running away from data analysis, you may not be able to do well in this age. You will just find out that everything you have to do has something to do with data. That's just it. So the more you understand data, the more you can manipulate data, the more you can interpret data, the more you can analyze data, the better for you. So now there's so many opportunities all around the world, virtual opportunities, real life opportunities, remote working these days is getting so big. And thanks to COVID, they open our eyes to it. That gives us a large volume of space to play with. But you can't really do all these if you don't understand the markets you want to play in, you don't understand the customers you want to work with. You need to learn how to communicate. Then another thing that he mentioned was that machines are not replacing human, as many may fear, but you need to understand how to play with this machine yourself. So apart from understanding data, you also want to learn a little of artificial intelligence and maybe machine learning. You want to understand how these machines play out. You want to be able to interpret what they are saying, because no company on the international platform now, we want you to do anything for them without you understanding how to interpret what the machines are saying. The NLP, it's so important now that if you can't speak with the machines, you can't understand what they are giving you. Now, he also talked about analytics. Now, if you don't understand analytics, maybe that should even be the first thing I should say. If you don't understand analytics now and you're into marketing, I guess it's dead on arrival. It's just not going to work at this stage, because most marketing platform, most advert platform now are not useful to marketers because there are no analytics. I won't be so much crazy about a billboard these days if I'm talking about ROI, because it's just not measurable. And if it's not measurable, it can't be improved on. And we're talking about 2021. So nobody wants to put this money into something that you cannot measure. If you can measure it, you can improve it. You just tell me the number of cars that pass the place. Who told you that they're seeing the ad? And who told you that they're going to take action? No CTA. So you just want to be careful that you understand analytics, you understand data, you want to say you understand that the people you want to speak with. I think that's my position on this. I know Sergio may want to add some things to this.
Yeah, well, there's not much to add after what you said. So thank you for the response. But I agree. I mean that, and then this question we're talking about two types of skills, right? One is a technical skill about IT, and the other skills on IT. I believe that the most important, of course, if you know how to design solutions and how to program, it's great. But not everyone needs to be good at programming, right? I think that in terms of technology, I guess it's more important that you understand how to apply the technology, and mainly how to connect the different types of technologies, right? So how can you connect, for example, your website to HubSpot, right? So that everything that happens on your website, HubSpot is collecting the information, and we'll be able to provide a report. We done all the analytics, all the analysis, and spit out something that you actually use for the purpose of selling your products, right? So the ability to connect the two different technologies, or 3 or 5 or 10 or whatever, this is probably the most important in terms of effectiveness. But when it comes to the rest, or the soft skills, first, I think that collaboration is very important. These days, there's nothing you can do without collaboration. Not one person in the globe is capable of knowing everything. Remember, the number of variables is too big. There's no way you can know everything. So you need to work collaboratively, bringing the experts and getting their expertise to help you to provide solutions. Emotional intelligence, because these days it's very easy to see people losing it on websites, on chats, on things, anger everywhere. Emotional intelligence is very important. Problem-solving skills. This is fundamental because, again, with the number of variables, there will always be something that you don't have a solution yet. People are very creative. You have to be able to look at the problem and figure out a solution quickly. what Paul mentioned very well, the ability to understand the data, to play with the data and get insights out of it, it's fundamental. If you don't do that, you're lost. Everything is based on data these days. Social influencing. If you can manage to become a social influencer, I'm not talking about becoming a person saying stupid stuff on YouTube every 30 seconds. I'm talking about really influencing people with your competence, with your value. This will also help a lot. Flexibility is very fundamental because things change and change very fast. So you have to accept change. You have to get used to change and be flexible to adapt to that. You also have to have a lot of creativity. The best business models, the best, the things that are changing our day-to-day life are not the ones that have the top-notch technologies. Like Uber. Uber is not, the technology is not what makes Uber a great solution. It's the business model. They use the technologies to make that business model viable, right? So without the technologies, we could not have a Uber type of service 30 years ago. But with the technology, they were able to come up with this. The same thing applies to Airbnb and a number of other solutions that the technology itself is not the biggest thing, it's the business model behind it. So being creative on how to use the technologies available to the benefits of your customers, this is what's going to make a big difference. And finally, what I would like to mention, the lifelong learning. If you do not keep learning, you are dead. So you have to keep learning every single day. That idea that we had, well, you were young, but when my father or myself were like 40 years ago, we had that idea that, okay, I'm going to study hard to get a diploma, and then that's okay. We're done with learning. That doesn't exist anymore. It never existed, but it was easier to live like that. But today, there's no way, because every day you see a new social media platform. You see a new app somewhere that everybody's using to to have a more convenient life. And that's the thing, right? So most of the startups these days, they come out of bad service, right? So there was a bad service being delivered somewhere, someone comes up with a solution and they are successful. That's about learning. It's learning about the things that are being created, the new technologies available, learning about new business models, new ways of doing things, new ways of communicating and interacting. This is, I guess, it's if I would put a ranking of those on all of this, I would put the lifelong learning as probably the number one, because based on that, everything else that I mentioned is possible. Without lifelong learning, forget it. You're gonna stay behind, and you're gonna lose the bus, and then you have to wait for the next generation to catch the next bus. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just enjoying. I would just like to just go on and on and on and on and on and on. But one thing I want everyone to notice here, right now, from what Mr. Sergio said, is that he mentioned more soft skills than IT skills. So it's something to take note about. More. We have more of the soft skills than the IT skills. So that means the applications, the technologies will always come, we always have one after another and one after another, but more importantly, you want to develop a lot of soft skills. So thank you so much for that contribution, and thank you so much, Paul, for the contribution.
All right, I still want to appreciate everyone. Sergio, I want to appreciate you, Paul, and of course, the doctor in the house, Dr. Dina. Okay. Mr. Sergio has taken us to a dimension I want us to delve a little deeper into. Of course, what your response now was a follow-up to, was a contribution to an earlier question to Mr. Paul. So after you, others will have their inputs into the system. Okay, so I'm looking at myself as a marketer now. So I'm asking that with all the insights you're giving concerning um, consumer um, consumer experience and the importance or the place of technology in all of this, and the fact that my audience is global, the stakeholders are global, they are everywhere, they are not limited to any particular location. All right. So I want to ask, how do I effectively, how can I effectively work the thin line that exists between emotional intelligence and diversity of my stakeholders and give them an all-inclusive belonging, a soft landing, so to say. Having said that emotional intelligence is key, and I want you to have more on that. Um, how do I balance this? I may have all the technology, but if I'm deficient in emotional intelligence, which has many spheres, then I will just bungle up whatever technology I'm using. So how do I balance that out and still remain that 7-star market?
Sorry, to whom is the question? Sorry.
Mr. Sergio, please. And I would like us to take a shot at it.
Yeah, I'm. To be honest with you, I'm having trouble on hearing you. The connection is not great. So if I understood the question, what you want to know is how can we, with so many technologies available out there and people being in a lot of different markets globally, how can we feel a part of this, right? So how can we feel like we belong in this crazy environment? Well, I guess that if we develop those skills that I mentioned before, it helps a lot, particularly in terms of the learning. It's very important. We don't need to be experts in anything these days, because there are experts everywhere, and through collaboration we can always have our insights in there. If you are, for example, doing marketing in Africa or in Asia or in Europe, you probably have the knowledge, the specific knowledge about your region and about your customer base locally. So this is a very important way to say that you belong, because you have a knowledge that other people in other places may not have. Of course, technology can help us. For example, I'm here in Canada. If I want to know how my customer base is working with my brand in Asia, I can use technology for that, right? So I can see exactly where my customers are and which pages they are going through in my website and which buttons they're clicking and where they go the most and what are the parts of the website that nobody goes. So I can learn about those things through technology. I guess that the most important thing is that we understand our contribution, because, for example, creativity. What is creativity? It's not like having a bright idea out of nowhere, right? It doesn't exist. Creativity is your ability to connect the dots about a number of things that you know that will come up with a different approach to something. So for you to belong, you need to be inserted in a context, and you have to have access to a number of different pieces of information that will allow you to come up with a great idea. And you will always belong in that environment where you have knowledge. So the more knowledge you have, the more you belong on anything, any place you want to put yourself. And then you can actually find your own solutions and find your own ways, with always adding value, if you have knowledge, if you are exposed, if you're learning, consistently learning, understanding all the available technologies, learning as much as you can about your customer base. You will always belong if you're able to connect the dots. That's my view. I don't know if I answered the question, because as I told you, I didn't hear you too well, but that's what I understood. If my answer is not in line with what you're asking, please forgive me. I can try again.
No problem. No problem. You did so well. I just want Mr. Paul to put the emotional intelligence dimension to it. And Dr. Rubina, if she's available, and that will be all for that question.
All right.
This question is,
Please go ahead.
well, this question is to me.
It's just a follow-up to what you just said.
Well, as all right. So, well, as I just mentioned, that soft skills like teamwork, problem solving, the work ethics, time management, and interpersonal skills, they and how effectively one collaborate and present oneself and convey our ideas to different people from different, belonging from different cultures. So it basically mobilize ourselves, align or accompany our products with other people around the globe. So it's very important to stay, connected and stay close to the customers. So it's to understand how customers use products and services, and also we should try to observe that additionally, what are their unmet needs, like it's how likely they buy. They how anyway they are more likely to buy from those companies that recognize them with their names. So we also experience when we do the shopping online. So we are more, we are more satisfied and more content. So and know their purchase. The companies know their purchase history, and recommend the products based on their past purchases. So that's also is other ways to collaborate, effectively collaborate, and connect, to effectively connect with our customers and mobilize ourselves and to align ourselves to other people.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rubina. Okay, maybe I should not overflog that question and just give a different one outrightly to Mr. Paul. But before I do that, if Mr. Paul can do this in just a minute or thereabouts, I know you run an enterprise. Do you want to make it practical? Has there been any instance where, despite all the technology you deployed into marketing and all that, the deficiency in emotional intelligence, the deficiency in adequate soft skills had made any of your staff to do you in? Has there been any instance like that? Everything technology-wise was in place, but because this person has some personality deficiency, did you? Was there any instance like that? Can you please briefly share with us before I ask the question?
Yeah, there have been, and there will always be, because technology will never be sufficient. We can't replace machines with humans with machine or machine with human. The interaction has to be there. Okay, you have a customer service who have all the technology, who has all the looking, like what Sergio was saying. You can check what pages this person has visited, what this person have done, and you can't interpret it. You're giving a different offer to somebody, like you're telling a girl of 14 years, offering a pregnant woman solution. You mess up the whole deal. I mean, they feel that you are insulting them, you are instigating something. You can actually have a lawsuit on it. So it has happened, and it will keep happening if you don't understand and use what you have in technology. Interpret it well to be able to understand the kind of customer, the kind of clients you are dealing with. So it has happened, and it will keep happening. That is why we need to keep learning. Like Sergio said, we need to understand how to interpret all these things. So it will happen.
You are on mute.
Okay. Thank you for calling my attention to that. Thank you for that contribution. And I said, like Sergio said, he said we need to keep learning. We are not learning, we are dying. So in that wise, we should be afraid of dying. So I'm going to ask this, Paul. I'm going to ask this, Paul. If you run an enterprise, like I said, what are the non-financial cost implications to an indigenous company as yours? What are the non-financial cost implications you are likely going to face while your bids to adopt all these changes in your marketing strategy and your marketing situation?
Okay, I need you to clarify that for me. You said non-financial and cost. I mean, I need to understand what you.
Yeah, I said non-financial cost.
Okay.
I mean, in implementing most of this or in adopting most of this technological input into marketing and all that, there are actually financial costs. Where there are financial outlays, monies are actually paid out. So I'm asking now that in instances, what are the non-financial implications, okay, that you have to grapple with in order to put all this marketing technology in place and to give your customer a good customer experience?
All right. Non-financial, what it will cost us, one, it will cost us time to learn. There's always the learning curve. Technology you have to learn. Then it's also going to cost you getting new employees. You have to get to use them because some of these things are not things we already use to. We have to get new people in. Maybe you have to hire somebody, and most of the time, the technology changes. So you learn something today, you have to learn another thing tomorrow. Much to me is adapting. Much to me is the transition. Then the learning phase. Then I think basically that's what it will cost. Apart from the money, you need to get used to it. You need to learn how to use it. You need to bring in other people who are going to be supporting. That to me is what it has cost us to keep running after the whole world as technology changes. So if you want to be relevant, you need to, apart from the money for getting this technology, some of them are actually free, but apart from the cost to some of them, you need to keep learning. You need to be on your toes. Then you also need to keep understanding what is happening in your world. You need to keep abreast, because if you don't do that, you'll be out before you know it. So maybe I would say you need to keep learning. You need to be abreast. Then you need to get support who also are in the same field or in that particular field you need help, who will keep the system going so that it's not just one man thing. The whole organization needs to flow and go along the same direction. I think that's what I would say it is, that is non-financial.
Wow,
if I make a comment.
Yeah. Yes, please do, because I was going to ask that is it dependent on our client? Perhaps Paul has spoken from the perspective of the client where you operate. Is it different? Is it based on clients? Is it the same way you see it, Sajid?
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on what Paul said. What he said is right on point, I guess. The two of the things that he mentioned for me are fundamental. Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, so two of the things that he said are very fundamental. One is the cost of finding talent. This is probably one of the most difficult things. Finding a technology solution out there is easy. Even free of charge solutions is easy. The difficult thing is to find the people that will be able to use it. So what Paul said is amazing. And the other thing that he mentioned right at the end is the culture, right? So the whole organization has to speak the same language. Once you bring a new technology, everybody in the organization has to adopt it, has to see the value on that technology and embrace it. Because otherwise, and we've seen that happen so many times. I myself in my career, I saw that so many times that someone in IT decides to buy a new technology and implements that, and guess what? Nobody uses, and it's a waste of money, right? The same thing with the finance guys. They come up with this amazing tool that nobody uses. It's a waste of time and money, right? So what Paul said is right on point. It's the culture. The whole organization has to understand the value of the technologies being added and how they address the needs and the wants of the customers, and finding the right talent, the right people. And this means not only hiring people, but also finding inside the organization the right people to be on the core teams that will actually do the implementation of the technology, right? And moving people around inside the organization. That doesn't cost money, but it costs a lot of energy. And if you do it wrong, you're condemning your solution to failure, right? So you will fail. And so, Paul, thank you very much for the contribution, because what you addressed is perfect in my view.
Thank you so much. You have really brought more light to it. And in rounding up on that question, I will still want to go to Dr. Rubina, because now it looks like we are going to have 3 dimensions to it of the same thing. And by dimension, I mean our geographical location. Perhaps it's different around with you, Dr. Rubina. Is it that difficult to get skilled people to handle whatever technology we want to employ without and within the organization? Are you there, Dr. Rubina? Okay. I'm not sure if she's still online. Okay.
My voice okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, well, the question I could understand is the the company repute and the company image are the most important things. And for most of the companies, they should focus on the prompt resolution of the customers' issues, their problems, their concerns by effectively managing the social media platforms, and they should know how to apologize to the customer. They should be vigilant and addressing and resolving their issues and their problems, and they should not pass the blames on others. In responding, obviously, they have to be very brief and very quick, and they should acknowledge the complaints. They can ask the customers. By doing so, they can ask the customers to remove their negative feedback that can have negative impact on the company's repute and their image. So, as discussed earlier, that technology has basically increased the communication between all the stakeholders with more ease and convenience. So this way they can have an effective collaboration and an effective interaction with the customers and other stakeholders. But I could understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yes, I quite I got your dimension to it. Thank you for that at the same time. To everyone listening to us, I want to reiterate again that you have the privilege and the opportunity to send forth your questions, and we put them out to our panelists who will do justice to them. So you could go to the chat room and put your question there so that you can have answers to them, aside the ones we are asking from our end here. So please take the next few minutes and do your questions, write down your question. Yeah, there is one though, but since we've talked about it, but if any other person wants to take a shot at it again, if you not do any harm. This person is saying that in the user interface and user experience issue raised earlier, so it means we talked about it before. It says, who should take the responsibility in satisfying the need of the customer? Should it be the IT professional or the marketing professional?
Like me to take.
Mr. Paul, you want to take a shot at that?
Yes, that's what I was saying. Maybe I should.
All right.
I should.
Please go ahead.
Now, when you ask that question, I see this person seeing organization as a detachment. You don't want to see organization as. Now, talking about who should take responsibility. You should. I don't know, IT or you should. I don't want to run an organization where there is IT somewhere, there are core responsibilities. The world we're living in becomes so interwoven that marketing and IT, they just husband to separate them. We should take responsibility. We should all. Because if anything fails, we all are in trouble. And then marketing, you relate with the customers. You and I will bring people in before.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Paul, you are glitching.
Yeah, Dapo, I guess when you put yourself on mute, we can hear Paul very well. But if you don't put yourself on mute, your speaker, your microphone is bringing noise, so we can't hear Paul.
Okay, let me do.
Oh, sorry. I hope you can get it now.
Now I can hear you very well, Paul. Please go ahead.
All right. So I don't want a situation where I separate my marketing from my IT department. Like Sergio was saying, you want to design an aircraft, bringing in the customers first. That's crucial. Because marketing interacts with the customer. So if it fails, it's not IT's fault. IT, most of the time, are just inside. You are the one out there. So if I should even give blame at all, I will blame marketing. But I don't even want to blame marketing. I want to ask the two of them, why don't you work together? Why don't IT give me an opportunity to be able to interact, listen in, and hear directly from the customer? That's what feedback loop is all about. You want to see how you can improve. You want to hear from the customer. IT must also listen to the customers. We're all here to serve the customer. So all of us, there is no, I don't think in my organization that I'm going to say IT, you're the one at fault. Marketing, you're the one at fault. We fail. So everybody need to look at the user interface. We need to look at the customer experience. We need to design it. The input of marketing is so important. Actually, in my organization, everybody is in marketing. I mean, what are you doing in the business if you're not in marketing? So everybody will be at fault if I blame marketing then. All right. So no one, everybody is. Thank you.
Well, I just want to
Go ahead, Rubina. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add to words that I cannot say that only one is responsible, either IT or marketing. So both, go hand in hand. And it's like, teamwork. It's business analysis, problem solving, and good communication skills, working under pressure. So all go together. So with respect to IT, obviously they are responsible to automate the systems, making the systems more reliable so that company can, fulfill its objectives. So we cannot only, you cannot, bracket either, IT is more, responsible to fulfill the needs of the customer or marketing professionals. So they both go together hand in hand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rubina. I have to say I'm falling in love with Paul. He says so many important things, and he makes my job easier, talking after him. What Paul said is really important, because it's customer experience and the proper use of technology, or whatever we do when it comes to delivering our offering to the customers. It's a responsibility of everyone. And what I like about the English language is that we have two different words that talk about who is in charge, right? It is responsibility and accountability. Everybody is responsible. Every single person in the organization is responsible for delivering the customer experience. However, there are people that are accountable for some specific portions of the delivery. And of course, if you're in front of the customer, interacting with the customer, or a call center agent, the call center agent is accountable for the interface itself but the responsibility is the whole organization providing the support for that person to be able to actually provide good answers. The agent himself or herself is not capable of providing answers without the support of the rest of the entire organization, from IT, from finance, from operations, from customer support. So at the end of the day, you have to have everybody understanding their role in the process of delivering great customer experiences. So everybody has a contribution. There are just a few that will actually be in front of the customer, selling the product or delivering the service, or taking the call when the customer is unhappy with a technical issue, a performance issue. So everybody is in charge at the end of the day. But of course, if it's a software glitch, the IT guys will have to fix it. So they are accountable for that, but they are responsible as much as everybody else to provide the best possible solutions for our customers through technology or through any other interfaces, even human interfaces. Everybody has a contribution. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for those questions, those answers. I think they are very, very much bespoke answers. Thank you so much. And I'm just enjoying everything, but we have to go on break now. But before then, I believe there are no more questions, because the last question we have here, I think X4, your name is not on the system here. You said you experienced some issues. You wanted a recap, but we'll not be able to do a recap now. What you can do is that you can have access to the recordings after the section. So you want to reach out to the executive so you can get the exact amount that will be necessary for you to have that. So you can reach out. You're going to be able to have access to the recording. So you can do that. I can give you an expo too. I can give you an expo if you are on YouTube. You can, you can be able to go and review, but very, very importantly, you can have access to the recording, so you can listen to this over again. Personally, I'm going to listen to that keynote like over and over again. So you want to do the same thing for yourself. I also encourage everyone who's been a part of the section. Please, you want to do yourself the favor by having access to this recording, so you can listen to it over and over again. Like they say, faith comes by hearing, and not just hearing, but hearing and hearing again. And more importantly, if you listen to this over and over again, it gets into your system, it becomes a second nature. You can be able to implement everything that we've been able to talk about today, so you can make yourself more effective and more efficient in your own service. So like I said, we're going to go on break for about 10 minutes, and then we'll be back for this section. So thank you so much, Mr. Sergio Fry, for such an exposition, an explosive section, very explosive. I'm going to listen to your keynote again. Thank you so much. Your delivery is just so top notch. So I tell my colleagues, I say you're just a teacher. You're a teacher, and you see the information to the barest possible minimum. So about its usability for everyone to be able to use and be able to implement. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Paul, also for your section. Those shots was also very explosive. And also thank you, Dr. Robina, for the section, for adding on to the color of the panel section. So like I said, we're going to go on break right now, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. So please stay tuned. Just have a cup of water or some soft break, soft lunch. Not heavy lunch, so you don't sleep in the next section. All right, you can just have some snacks for the break 10 minutes, and then we'll be back again exactly 10 minutes after that. So thank you so much. Let's go there.
Thank you.
I'm living proof that nothing is impossible. I beat the odds when hope was nowhere to be found. There was a strength that carried me through every obstacle. It lets me know that it's too late to give up now. And I am not afraid to climb another mountain, to risk it all, to face my deepest, darkest fear, to live a dream much bigger than I can imagine. Cause I want the world to know that I am here. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I'm one dream away from everything I hope to be. I am one step closer to the finish line. I know that every stride will lead me to my destiny. And I'm one reach away from taking what is mine. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are untamable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. I believe that nothing can. I believe that nothing will. I believe nothing will ever bring me down. I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. No one thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice I'm getting closer, stronger than I've ever been. I believe that I'm unstoppable. to be. I am one step closer to the finish line. I know that every stride will lead me to my destiny, and I want to reach away from taking what is mine. I believe that I'm unstoppable. I believe I've only just begun. I will conquer, I will fly, reach my peak, I will. And there's nothing that can ever bring me down. I believe that dreams are attainable. And I believe that wings were made to fly. I'll touch the sky, reach for the stars, do the impossible. I believe that nothing can. I believe that nothing will. I believe nothing will ever bring me down. I've been down the road where failure seemed familiar. No one thought that I would ever come this far. When everything was telling me that it was over, still there was a fire burning in my heart. There were days I felt like I was at my lowest. I pushed so hard I couldn't see beyond the pain. I never knew I made it high enough to notice.
All right.
Everyone, my name is Mohammad Wakaswana. I am teaching in Ikra University, Pakistan for the last 9 years. And
Okay, good.
My master's from University of South Wales, United Kingdom. Currently, I am doing my PhD on artificial intelligence and marketing. Hope to catch you all on May 19, 2021. See you.
All right, great.
Everyone, my name.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Awesome. We are back. All right, so I want to see, let's get some engagement in the comments now if you are ready for the last section of this summit, of the marketing summit, MPN summit. If you are ready, put it on the comments. Let's know you are ready. Let's know you are ready. All right, I know we have a lot of professionals in the room, so jumping into the comments sometimes looks like a lot of work, but I guess we are ready for the next section. So without wasting much time, I'm going to be bringing on right now on the stage as we make welcome our next speaker. Who's going to be taking us on marketing and AI focus, Assistant Professor Wakas Rana from the Accra University, Karachi, right?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mohammad Wakas Rana. Am I audible to you guys? Hello.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, sir. All right,
Okay.
so the section is going to be running for I think about 30 minutes. So I believe we can be able to do justice. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Okay, okay.
Awesome.
So the topic for my presentation is marketing and artificial intelligence in focus. Briefly introduction about me. I'm Mohammad Prakash Rana. Did my bachelor's from Wiki University. Did my master's from University of Southwest United Kingdom. Currently, I'm doing my PhD from Wiki University. And the topic of my dissertation is the role of artificial intelligence in the role of artificial intelligence in the context of business to consumer firms in Pakistan.
Prof, it'd be great if you maybe make your screen full screen.
Sorry?
It would be great if you make your screen full screen. So it becomes
Put on presentation mode.
Yeah, put in presentation mode. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
Just wait. Is it fine now?
No, just press the button right next to the Zoom on the right lower right-hand side of your screen.
Yes.
When you click the first button after the number 73 on the left of the number 73%, it goes on presentation mode. Unless if you have two screens, and then it goes on presentation mode on the other screen that you're not sharing.
Yeah. Okay. Can you please repeat it again?
If you go to the screen that you were before, the one where you have the presentation, on the lower right hand side you have the Zoom bar with the number 73%. Right next to it on the left hand side there's a button. If you click there, you expand your presentation to the presentation mode, and old people like me can actually see better because the letters are too small. When you put in presentation mode, I can see better.
Okay.
Yeah, you see there the 72% number on the bottom on the right hand side.
Yeah.
On the left of that,
is it fine now?
No, on the left of that number 70 whatever, now it's 100.
It's 106 now.
Yeah, but on the left of the numbers 106, you click that button right next to the run. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Just click there. There you go. Now I can see. Thank you for helping the old man to watch your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah, it happened because of new technology. I'm not a tech savvy guy. That's why I'm struggling a bit. Hello, can you hear me guys now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. So,
hello. So I think you could. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think you could reduce the number back to 73, so we can get the profile and everything much more moderate, because it's like you zoomed too much. I don't know if you understand. Thank you.
Is it fine now?
Looks perfect to me.
Okay. So first is, what is the word artificial intelligence means? The term artificial
But you're out of
intelligence.
presentation mode again. You're back on the original screen.
Oh my God.
No, don't need to use the zoom bar, just the button to put in presentation mode. That same button, beside the number 95%. Just click there and it will be okay. Perfect. That's it. Thank you.
So, thank you. Thanks for the help. So first is, what is the word artificial intelligence means? The term artificial intelligence defined as a computing system that complete tasks in the similar ways as individuals do in their decisions. Another definition of artificial intelligence is, it is a computerized system that intakes information to accomplish tasks of intelligent presence in a way that capitalize on its chances of success. CEO and founder of Google's artificial intelligence firm, DeepMind, Damish Hazerbis, states that artificial intelligence is the science of making machines smart. The owner of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, states artificial intelligence is going to make our lives better in the future. Then, when I studied different articles and I found out so much data and so much interpretation, so much writing about artificial intelligence, I put some quotes on which is written by research scholars. First one by Rora and Rora in 2020. According to him, artificial intelligence is to subcategorize and form the spectrum of marketing that allows incorporating all forms of activities, procedures carried out by these respective institutions to create value for their customers and deliver it accordingly by enhancing the customer satisfaction. Another researcher said in the future, proactive countermeasures as to establish a more long-term success strategy of the firms. It helps for government policy, and artificial intelligence also help to identify the corporate vision that are needed for the innovative change of artificial intelligence technology. In Forbes 2018, according to this journal, they claim that about 84% of the marketing companies and organizations have started to opt for the second most influential revolution in the business world since first industrial revolution back in 1700s. Moreover, many researchers have also contributed to respective literature to identify the influence and impact of artificial intelligence on social media, digital and mobile marketing forum. That was taken from Cannon and Lee in 2017, Weverton and Stephen in 2016, Yadav and Pembroke in 2018. According to McKinsey and Company, marketing and sales are one of the most significant potentially affiliated domain to be impacted by artificial intelligence. According to Davenport and et al., 2020, it is also be noted that through these impacts on marketing activities, which includes different customer offers, further online buying through the successful execution of interruptive ads, and also through predictive lead scoring in accordance to the brand online selling. Basically, predictive lead scoring is a tool that use an algorithm to predict who is in your customer database that is qualified or not qualified. Different service providers take different information into account when they're predicting your score. It can also be used through websites. Artificial intelligence is also can be used to identify behavioral data, social information, customer demographics, and also it helps company to find out what is written about their company through different media. Further, another researcher believes that artificial intelligence and marketing might have an interconnected relationships, provided that artificial intelligence ability to gather and analyze data, as well as allow the data to be further used for the sake of implementation of strategies and obtaining knowledge, is helping marketers to evolve and come up with the new marketing strategies. Based on past studies, according to Market Size Institutes, believe that artificial intelligence is an emerging topic and that has been addressed in different research priorities since the past 2 years, namely between 2018 and 20. That was taken from Whitler, Morgan, and Rigo, year 2020. Move on to the next one. What is the origin of artificial intelligence? The origin of artificial intelligence was started way back in the era where it was just a dream to build a machine which possessed the same capabilities as human do. In 1940s, a school of thought termed as connectionism was established to study the steps of thinking. In 1950s, Alan Turing, who was a British polymath, researched the likelihood of math in artificial intelligence. Further, in the year 1956, a research project named Dartmouth Summer was organized by Mervyn Minsky and John McCarthy on artificial intelligence. He is also renowned as the inventor of word artificial intelligence. In this event, various topmost scholars were participated in an open conversation about artificial intelligence. In the mid of 1960s, MIT professor Joseph Weizenbaum, which is also known as one of the father of modern artificial intelligence, developed a computerized space program which is used in order to and study natural language communication between machine and man, name as ELIZA. The next question that comes to our mind is, what is the role of artificial intelligence in marketing? In the digital marketing industry, communication with customers through chatbot and chat type commerce are developed based on advanced artificial intelligence technology. If you look at this slide, I gave an example of chatbot customer service for an example how we can use artificial intelligence in marketing in order to satisfy our customer for customer satisfaction or to solve customer queries or to get customer feedback. We can use chatbot as an example. Further, if we move on, in the near future, when we talk about the role of artificial intelligence in future, it will change into a new platform centered on technology that help us to utilize big data. For example, Internet of Things. Also, we can say that artificial intelligence can help the computer to analyze consumer behavior and determine marketing strategies. Further, it can also help to analyze the marketing competitiveness, which will be developed and determined according to the level of technology used by the company. Through this artificial intelligence technology, marketer can design a customer one-to-one customized life using a variety of data, learn many examples from the past, discover behavioral patterns, and it helps to predict the future based on this. Further, it is also help the marketer to do the predictive analysis. It is intended to draw conclusion by examining the technological changes, which is earlier discussed by Sir Dr. about technology, technological changes, and also the role of technological changes by using artificial intelligence. These are the factors which influence marketing through existing data, comparing and analyzing the data. Further, we can also use intelligence in marketing strategy. For example, machine learning is rapidly developing data analysis capabilities such as data classification. It helps to predict image recognition, recommendation, text analysis, and video analysis in marketing. The main attention is to focus on how artificial intelligence can be applied to the most important and efficient marketing strategy. Here I give an example of Siri and Alexa from Amazon. Siri software is used by Apple, which is a very renowned and a popular brand. For example, if you take an example of Siri and Alexa, consumer encounter it with an artificial intelligence assistant who communicate with customers on behalf of service center staff or salespeople. So practically, there is no need of salespeople or staff. With the help of Eliza and Siri software, these dialogue is algorithmized to study the customer's purchase history. These help us to recommend products and services. It also can be used that suit individual taste. It is necessary to for marketers to establish a marketing strategy so that artificial intelligence assistant can enter the list of recommendation. This artificial intelligence assistant can also help us when we are studying or when we are in the decision making process. It can also help us to analyze the consumer by collecting data through conversation and helping customers make choices. Next one is how we can use artificial intelligence in marketing strategy. We can use this in for consumption pattern. Why? Because artificial intelligence platform understand the consumption patterns through various consumer behavior data and adapts to changing environment. Second one is visioning strategic orientation of a firm or in decision-making process. Artificial intelligence can also help marketer envisioning strategic orientation of a firm. For example, as I discussed earlier, machine learning algorithm can be applied in various sectors. For example, banking and finance, arts, marketing, retail, tourism. This can be used in order to help or identify the profitable customer segment. Further, use of artificial intelligence in marketing strategy can help the marketer to combine our data optimization technique because machine learning can help us to narrow down the targeted customers, plus it will help us to identify who are our actual target market, plus which segment or which segments to go after. Next part of my presentation is what is artificial intelligence marketing. Artificial intelligence marketing, also referred to as artificial intelligence marketing, is a strategy of leveraging data. Again, I use a terminology which is machine learning that helps to deliver advertising campaign, or we can use it in interactive ads that help achieve our brand goals more effectively. Most marketers utilize artificial intelligence in their market research process for data sciences and also for real-time campaign analysis. If you look at the picture, it's clearly identified. We can use it in for marketing in for promotion, price, product, brand, target, strategies, branding. Further, artificial intelligence marketing use artificial intelligence technology for automated decisions that is based on data collection. It can also be used in data analysis part. Additionally, we can use artificial intelligence for observation of audience. Also, in macro analysis, we can use artificial intelligence for economic trends that may impact marketing efforts. Further, artificial intelligence is often used in marketing efforts where speed is essential. Right now, in the current era, we can witness the use of technology, innovation in our day-to-day life. So we can use artificial intelligence as a tool which is used for data collection and to get customer profiles in order to learn and to know how to best communicate with our customers. Further, we can use this artificial intelligence to serve them. We can send tailored messages to them at the right time without any intervention from marketing team members. Plus, we can use artificial intelligence for promotional perspective, or when we are launching a product in the market, we can use artificial intelligence to text or to send messages to our customers. This will help us to ensure maximum efficiency. Further, if we talk about today's, marketer can use artificial intelligence to augment their marketing teams. It can also help them or help their marketing teams to perform more technical tasks that require less human touch. Based on some findings which I got from different websites. First one is from Business Insiders. According to them, 51% of marketers use at least some form of artificial intelligence. Second, from the source Gartner, it says it is predicted that artificial intelligence will handle 85% of all customer services inquiries by 2020. According to the source Adobe, 3 or 4 companies that have implemented artificial intelligence achieve a 10% or more boost in their sales. Experts think that artificial intelligence will generate 2.3 million new employment opportunities. That was taken from the source Gartner. According to Drift, 35% of the customer would be happy to use a chatbot to resolve a complaint or a problem. By 2020, 30% of the companies will be using artificial intelligence in at least one of their sales processes. The benefit that people expect the most from artificial powered customer services that 24-hour services is available and you get an instant reply. 75% of the organization says using artificial intelligence has helped drive customer satisfaction by 10%. Further, according to Forrester, business using artificial intelligence to power data-driven insight in marketing will grow to 1.2 trillion combined by 2020. This is the reason why artificial intelligence is so important in the era of marketing. Further, the components of artificial intelligence in marketing are: first one is machine learning, second one is deep learning, third one is neural network, fourth one is natural language, fifth one is computer vision, then we have cognitive computing, second last is chatbots, and last one is personal assistants. So the question which comes to our mind is, what is machine learning? Basically, machine learning teaches a machine how to make interference, and it helps to make decisions based on customer past experiences. It defines patterns, analyzes past data to interpret the meaning of this data, points to reach a possible conclusion without having or involving human experience. Deep learning is a machine learning technique. Deep learning machine helps to teach a machine to process input through layers in order to classify, infer, and predict the outcome. Neural network work on the similar principle as of human neural cells. They have a series of algorithms that capture the relationship between various underlying variables, and then it processes the data as a human brain does. Natural language processing is a science of reading, understanding, interpreting a language by a machine. Once a machine understands what the user intends to communicate, it responds accordingly. Then we have a computer vision. Computer vision algorithm tries to understand an image by breaking down an image, and it helps to study different parts of the object. This helps the machine classify and learn from a set of images to make a better output decision based on previous observation. Then we have cognitive computing. Cognitive computing algorithm try to mimic a human brain by analyzing the text, their speeches, images, or objects in such a manner that a human does and tries to give the desired output. Most of the organizations are using chatbot. So a chatbot is an artificial intelligence software that can simulate a conversation, or we can say a chat with a user in a natural language through messaging application, through websites or mobile, or through the telephone. The next question that comes to our mind is why chatbots are so important? Because chatbots are one of the most advanced and promising expression of interaction between humans and machines. However, if we talk about or think about as a technological point of view, chatbot can only represent the natural evolution of a question answering system that is leverages through NLP, which we say natural language processing. These help formulating responses to questions in natural language is one of the most typical example of natural processing. We can also say that chatbot, we can use it for end user application. Personal assistant is the last one. Personal assistant, or we can say IPA, means intelligent personal assistant, is a software agent that can perform tasks or service from an individual based on command or questions. So these are the few components of artificial intelligence in marketing. Further, there has been some challenges which are associated
we have
with.
a few minutes. We have a few minutes, sir.
Sorry?
We have just like 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. So the challenges which are associated with artificial intelligence is getting organization buy-in, navigating deployment issue, ensuring data policy, privacy, or we can next one is ethical issues. Piracy or data privacy is one of the key factors that organization must comply with data privacy regulations. This means that marketers need to make sure they practice ethical data usage. These laws can introduce challenge to artificial intelligence deployment. If the tools are not programmed correctly or to abide by these guidelines, they may risk non-compliance with data privacy laws. Further, use of artificial intelligence in marketing. I give examples of some renowned companies which are using it. For example, Google used deep learning to rank search results. Netflix use machine learning to personalize recommendation. Facebook using facial recognition. Amazon used natural language processing for Alexa. Even the newspaper Washington Post used natural language generation to write and data-driven articles. Top used application in artificial intelligence is by Google. It helps for institution as well in order to check plagiarism, for search recommendation, to help fraud protection and prevention. Application of artificial intelligence is used in smart personal assistant, that is, as I discussed earlier in the example of Siri and Alexa. Marketer can also take benefits of artificial intelligence in marketing because it helps in reduction. It is available 24/7. It helps in repetitive work. It helps in digital assistance. It helps us for faster decision, which is rational based decision. We can use artificial intelligence in medical application. It helps to improve security system. It is an efficient tool for communication. Plus, artificial intelligence can be used in marketing to increase marketing return on investment. Okay. Second, personalized content delivery. With artificial intelligence, marketing can take data and target it to a whole new level. It helps in driving retail and e-commerce impact as well. With the use of big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence combine a marketer to achieve what they are expecting to achieve. It helps improve campaign reporting and measurement. It helps enhance marketing performance. It helps marketer for personalized messaging for smart ads. It helps marketer for more intelligent searches. We can use this when we rely on our chatbots. Why chatbots? Again, I'm repeating because customer service is a very important aspect in marketing. So we can rely on chatbot in order for customer service and retention. In another area where artificial intelligence can play a huge role in the future, because many chat functions and other direct to consumer engagement avenues are already being run by artificial intelligence bot. Companies can save employee time, plus by using chatbots they can reduce their expenditures with other tactics. Why? Because artificial intelligence bots or chatbot also have the access to, to an entire internet, which have a worth of data, information, and search histories make them much more efficient than their human counterparts. We can also use artificial intelligence for continued learning and for predictive analysis. Predictive analysis can help, or artificial intelligence can provide the solution which will be more efficient, which will become even more effectively in order to eliminate waste, get greater or increase conversation, and promote real-time decision making, which is also known as a proactive marketing. So these are the few core benefits of artificial intelligence in marketing.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
I appreciate you for this. Awesome. Great slide. Thank you so much for the information. Thank you so much. So I'm jumping into the comment section now to see if we have questions. We'll have the next 3 to 5 minutes, so we can take any questions if we have before we end the section for today. But before then, know that this summit continues tomorrow at the same time. And tomorrow we're having some great speaker lineup. Facilitators will be taking us on different topics. So while I want to hand over to co-moderator here to take it on, but we have questions. We can put that right now on the chat room so we can take them before we end tonight. The second question.
Okay, thank you very much, Terry. Thank you, everyone that stayed through up to this time. It really has been a very wonderful opening. Okay. So like Dr. Ayo said, I didn't want to announce it on the platform, but the first person to sign in today has gotten a copy of Dr. Ayo's latest book, and that's for free. And the first 10 people to join in today, apart from the facilitators and the speakers, stand a chance of getting their certificates at half price. And there's one more coming, and I'll announce that tomorrow. So, with Dr. Ayo's permission, do I need his permission? Today is his birthday. That's between us. Okay, so I'm going to be repeating these freebies tomorrow. So I'll also be watching out for the first person to log in and to sign in, and I'll also be checking for the first 10 people to join. Do you love this? So that's a bit of his cake and freebies from his birthday. Freebies from his birthday to those who come in early for the early birds. Thank you, Mr. Sergio. Again, our condolence. We just pray that you recover quick and be consoled. And our love to your daughter. Thank you, every other person. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Professor Wakas. I hope I got the name right. Artificial intelligence. Wow. Okay, so that was deep.
Yes, you are right.
That was new. We have to play it again to assimilate and assimilate and assimilate. So forgive us if questions did not really come up. Thank you also. A big thank you also to Paul. And thank you again to Dr. Rubina. And a big, wonderful thank you for all participants. You are all wonderful. Marketing Professional Network members, you guys rock. Thank you for representing again. And at this point, we want to say goodbye. Have a wonderful evening and get ready. Tomorrow is going to be bigger and better. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
You're welcome, everyone. Thank you. See you all tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Tayo.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Expect more questions from you tomorrow. I'll be starting with questions from you. So let's go home and assimilate and come back with questions. Let me just take it that it was served hot today.
Okay.
So let's go think over. Okay, so Roseanne, you're in front of me. Rooney, you're in front of me. I'll be starting with you tomorrow.
Oh, no, please don't.
Yes.
I don't like to be seen. All right then.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Interesting too, yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
I'll be giving a gift. I'll give a gift to someone, anybody that comes up with the first question tomorrow before we start. Yes, I need you coming in with questions. As you're coming in, just be dropping your questions on the chat box.
Okay.
Someone's going to win something for that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Love to all. Love from the family, Sarah, love from the team here. Love from the admin of Marketing Professional Network. And a big love from Dr. Ayo for putting all this together. Thank you and have a lovely evening. Bye.